Hey everyone, welcome back to our channel. If you're watching our channel for the first time, I would strongly recommend subscribe to our channel and watch all our videos. You will definitely get good benefit out of it. So in this channel, we are going to cover all the latest tech related videos, interview preparation videos, and even tutorials also we are covering. So that's the plan. And we have already hosted some of the interviews as well. So in this video, we are going to cover SQL query related questions. Okay. So we are going to cover 75 plus questions. So if you watch this video till the end, you can crack any SQL query related problems. We are covering exhaustive number of problems. 75 plus is a very good number to crack any interviews. So watch the video till the end and you can ask me a question. So now all the LLMs will only provide me the response to all the SQL queries. It can only write the code. Why we have to learn SQL queries? That's one of the questions many people will have. So my answer is LLM can provide the answers, there is no doubt about it. But whether it is providing the right answer or whether it is providing the optimized answer, to know that you should have a knowledge. Because same problems can be solved in multiple ways. But if you have the depth of the information, you can solve it in an optimized way, a better way. So my strong suggestion is even the LLM is providing the answers, it's good to learn things so that you will have more control over what you are writing. That's first thing. Second thing is, so in even in interviews also, starting from college days, even for professionals also, working professionals also, this is one of the important interview round. So it's better to know how to write queries correctly and efficiently. And you should know how it is working, the internals of it, so that you can crack any interview related to SQL queries easily. So I'm planning to start a separate session on SQL tutorial also, which I'm going to post soon. So I'm going to share that link in the description sometime later. So let's get started. Watch this video till the end to get the complete benefit out of it. Hey, one, we'll get started. So we are going to solve some of the SQL query problems. So we are using this SQLpractice.com. So there are many such portals available. I'm going with this portal. So I'll just explain about this portal. So this has a SQL database. So this will talk about all the tables which is present in this. And if you want to visualize the schema, this is how it looks like. I'm not going to go in depth on it because there are a lot of tables. Based on the question, we'll go and understand the tables. And next thing is you can see all the questions here. So this will have a list of questions. It is basically marked as easy, medium, and hard level complexity. We'll try to solve all the problems. Yeah, that's pretty much about this portal. Let's get started. Let's see the first question. So we have to basically show the category name description from the categories table sorted by category name. So very straightforward problem. So we have this categories table. So what we have to show is category name, and we have to show the description, that is the second column. They're expecting from which table, that is categories. And so to display this category name and description, they're expecting we have to sort the table by category name. So to sort, we have to go for order by. Maybe I'll show you order by how it works. So if I show here, right, it is clearly saying SQL order by clause is used to sort the result of a select statement. So here if you see, so it is used to sort the result of a select. So that's why order by is used. So I'll show you how it works. So here order by, we have to order by what? Order by category name. And default is ascending order. Okay. So let me run this. So you can see this category name is ordered in the ascending order. Let's say you want descending order, then you have to just mention DESC here, and you can see all these things are ordered in a descending order. So I'll just remove this and go back to the previous state. Ignore this one. This is asking us to move to the next question. So the solution is correct. You'll see you got the query correct. Let's move to the next question. So the question is, we have to show the contact name, address, city of all the customers who are not from Germany, Mexico, and Spain. So there is a customer table. What we have to do is we have to show the contact name, we have to show the address, and we have to show the city of those customers who are not from Germany, Mexico, and Spain. So first we'll add the select, okay, the contact name, and the second one is address. Third one is city. From which table? Customers table. What you have to do? You have to select those customers who are not. So for that, we have to say not in. Not in what? So we have to say country, not in these three. So we have to select the column and we have to mention not in for that. So here we have to do, so here we have to select those customers who are not from these countries. So let's run and see. You can see answer, we got it. And you can see the solution from there and also here if you want to validate. So I hope you got it. Let's move on to the next question. So the question is we have to show order date, ship date, customer ID, and freight of all the orders placed on 2018 Feb 26. So we have to mention the order date, we have to mention the ship date. So we have to print the order date, we have to print the ship date and the customer ID and freight of all the orders placed on this particular date. I hope the question is clear to you. So here we have to print order date. That's the first column name. Second one they are interested is ship date. And third one we have to print as customer ID. And fourth one is freight. So from which table? From orders table. Where, what is the constraint here? Orders placed on, there is an order date. So order date is equals to what? Order date is equals to, we have to print 2018 February 02 and 26 is the date. So let's run it. So we got the answer. So we got the answer. We are seeing all the order date, ship date, customer IDs and right. So constraint is order date equals to this format. So because we are storing in this format, so we have to query in this format only. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to next question. So we have to basically show employee ID, order ID, customer ID, and required date and ship date from orders shipped later than the required date. This is an interesting one. So we have to print all these columns from the orders table just shipped later than the required date. There is a column called required date. We have to check whether it is shipped later than the required date column. I hope the question is clear to you. Let's see how to do it. Let's try to solve this. So we have to print what? Employee ID. We have to print order ID and we have to print customer ID and we have to print what? Required date. And the next one is ship date from orders table where order shipped later than the required date. So basically ship date is later than the required date. It is greater than here the required date, that is the column name. So let's try to run and see whether it works. Yes, it is working. So we are seeing all the orders which are shipped later than the required date. So you can cross verify with the solution they are suggesting. This is also matching. So if you're preparing for the backend interviews, okay, especially in Java, Spring Boot and all, I've created an interesting playlist here. Go to Coding with Vignesh and you can see the first playlist, that is backend interview preparation. If you click on this, right here, I'm covering Java, Java 8 and Spring Boot and all the backend related interview series here. So watch all these videos without miss. So if you have any questions, ask in the comment section. I'll try to respond. So yeah, let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, We have to show all the even numbered order IDs from the order table. So we have this order table, we have to print all the order IDs who are even number, means divisible by 2. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print all the order IDs. I'll just remove all the other columns from orders table where order ID is divisible by 2 is equals to 2. So which means when we do a mod operation, we should get 0. So let's see. Yes, it is a correct solution. And you can see there is another way we can do it. The solution, if you see, right, we can use mod operator also. So I have directly performed the operation here, but you can go with mod and you can specify the uh, LHS and RHS. So this is another way to do it. Let me run it and show. So this is another way you can get the same solution. So they have given two solutions. So if I do next also, you can see this is the solution I have written. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. So the question is we have to show all the city, company name, contract name of all the customers from the cities which contains the L, letter L in the city name and sorted by contact name. So I'll just explain the question one more time. So we have to show city, company name, contact name of all the customers from cities which contains letter L in the city name and sorted by contact name. So we have to show the details of the customers. Okay, so here you can see all the details of the customers are mentioned here. We have to find all the cities which contains L in the city name and it is sorted by the contact name. Let's see how to do it. So let's try to solve this. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to print city, we have to print the company name, and we have to print the contract name from which table? From customers. Where, what is the class? City. So we have to use like here mainly because it's like a pattern matching. We have to find all the cities which contains L in the city name. It can be anywhere. So we have to use a pattern matching. So percentage L percentage and we have to order by what? Order by contact name. So let's try to run it. So results are matching. So I hope you got it. This will basically try to match all the cities which contains L anywhere. And this order by you already understood. So we are ordering the details or the records by contact name in ascending order. I hope you got it. So you can see the solution also, which is same as what we have written. Let's move on to the next question. So let's move on to the next question. So the question is, so we have to show the company name, contact name, and fax number of all the customers that has a fax number, basically not null. So what we have to do is we have to show the company name, contact name, fax number of all the customers who has fax number. So here we have to show first company name and contact name, and what we have to show is fax number. It is fax, the column name is fax. From which table? That is same customers only where fax is not null. So because the expectation is customer should have a fax number, means fax is not null. So this is how you have to write it. So let's try to run it. So you can see it has completed. It has listed all the customers um, who does have fax number and their details are captured here. Let's move on to the next question. So the question is we have to show the first name, last name, hire date of the most recently hired employee. So we have to show the first name, last name, hire date of the most recently hired employee. So this is the employee table. What we have to do is first name, last name, hire date of the most recently hired employee, we have to print it. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print the first name and the last name and the hire date of the employees. So we have to pick up from employees table. So here what we have to do is we have to find the most recently hired. One way is we can go with order by. Order by we have to go with the hire date. Okay. So we want the most recent one, means the highest date should come first, that is descending. And next what we have to do is we want the first employee in that. Like what we have to do is we have to find the most recently hired employee. That's like one employee we want. So I'll just do a limit one. So what I'm doing here is I'm ordering based on the hire date. So this will give me a list of first name, last name, hire date in a descending order. I'm using descending here. In that, I'm doing limit one, means I'm picking up the first entry in that. Let me run and show you. So you can see I got the first one. So just for information, I'll remove this limit part and I'll show you what it shows. See, it has printed first name and last name of all the employees and hire date in the descending order. So 2014 first, 2013 next, like that way. Now we want just this employee, this NA. So for that, what I have done is I'm using limit. Limit will make from this list of entries, I'm looking for the first entry. That's it. So this way you can get the most recent employee. So you can see the suggestion here. So the suggested approaches, we can use first name, last name, and the max hire date. And we are printing from the employees table. So I can just write that as well. Here, the suggested approaches, we can use max hire date from employees. That's it. So what this does is we'll select the first name and last name based on this max hire date. So first we'll get the maximum hire date and corresponding first name and last name is fetched from the employees table. Let's run this. So this is another way to get the same solution. I hope you got it. So it's better to know the different variations of the answer also so that you can answer efficiently, because interviewer may ask you, can you come up with a different approach? Or while you are writing, you may have to think different approaches possible. Let's say you are using LLM also. LLM may suggest one approach, but it may not be efficient. So you may have to do a brainstorming and provide feedback to get the better approach. So this is always important. Let's move on to the next question. So let's see the next question. So the question is, we have to show the average unit price. We have to round it to two decimals and the total units in stock and total discontinued products from the products table. So let's see the products table. So what we have to show is we have to show the average unit price. We have to round it to two decimals. So we have the unit price column. So we have to find the average unit price and round it to two decimals and the total units in stock. So we have to find out the total units in this stock, this column, and total discontinued products as well, the last column. So I hope you got the question. So we have to find out the average unit price. We have to round it to two decimal and the total units in stock and total discontinued products from the products table. Let's see how to do it. So here what we have to do is we have to find the average unit price. Okay, first we'll do that. After that, we'll think about the rounding strategy. So what we have to do is we have to use average. Average is an aggregate function which is supported by SQL. So we have to find the average unit price. And the next one is we have to find out the second we are looking for is total stocks, total units in stock and total discontinued products. So what I'll do is I'll write it in the next line so that you can visualize better. So first we have found the average unit price. Next is sum. Sum is also an aggregate function. So sum of what? Sum of units in stock. So units in stock is a column name. And third one, what we are looking is sum of discontinued products as well. So that is again sum. and here we have to mention the discontinued column. So these three things are required. Now the first requirement, right? This is from products table. So first I'll just run this, okay? After that I'll talk about the rounding logic. So I'm running and you can see I have got the incorrect solution. Here it is clearly saying incorrect solution because we have to round the average, whatever the unit price we are calculating, average unit price, that we have to round it up to 2 decimal. So that is a requirement. So there is a function called round. Round you can use to achieve the same. So round, what we have to round? We have to round the average unit price and we have to specify what is the decimal we are looking for. So that is a 2. So a good practice is giving an alias name for these columns so that you can control. Otherwise, you can see here average unit price and sum of units in stock, and you can see sum of discontinued will come. So instead, let's give a better naming convention so that it is easy to understand. So this one we can call it as average unit price. That's what question is also stating. This we can say average unit price, and here we can say as we can specify the alias name. So this will become our column name. So this will be very useful when we are performing some aggregate operations and all. So this is in stock, and this is the next one. We can say as total discontinued products. So let's try to run and check. So there is some error at the sum. It is saying, let's try to fix it. Here a comma is missing, that's why it is complaining. Let's run it. It is working now. So what we have done is we have found the average here, average, sum. These are all aggregate functions, max, min, these are all aggregate functions. So which is supported from the SQL out of the box. So now we have to apply the rounding strategy. So a round function we have used. If you don't know much about it, right, go here, search about round. Google itself will provide the details. If you go here, right, you can see we have to specify the number and we have to specify what decimals we have to round it up. So yeah, once you specify that clearly, you can get it. So you can see select round of this. This is the answer, we'll get it. So you can do the negative one. So I hope you understood. You can explore further. So there are different ways you can do the rounding. So I hope you got this answer. Let us move on to next question. So it's saying we have completed all the easy questions. We have to change the difficulty. Let's go to medium. Go for the next question. So the question is we have to kind of show the product name, company name, category name from products, suppliers, and categories table. So this is an interesting question. So we have to show the product name, company name, category name from 3 different tables: products, suppliers, and category. So there is a product table from which we have to get the product name, and there is a suppliers table. From here we have to get the company name, and there is another table categories. From categories we have to basically get the category name. So 3 tables we have to combine and get the response out of it. So let us see how to do it. I'll just take out this. Okay, so first I'll write select. What we have to do is we have to first select the product name. That is the first column. We have to print it. So what I'll do is maybe I'll write first where class. So from where class I'll take products. Maybe I'll call it as P, and I'll take suppliers. I'll call it as S, and the next table is I'll go for categories. I'll call it as C. You can use uppercase or lowercase. That works perfectly fine. So what we have to select from product, that is P, what we want is a product name. So product name is the first column. We are interested from products. That is the naming convention here used. P I'm using for alias just to differentiate when you are playing with multiple tables. Let's say if the two tables may have same column names. So it's always good to have an alias so it is easy to differentiate. The second one we want is a company name. So that is the second column. Third one is a category name. C dot category name. We got it. And now we have to write the where clause. There are different ways we can solve this. I'm going with just a simple where clause here. So what we have to do is we have to show the product name, company name, category name from products, suppliers, and categories. Okay. So first we have to understand um, the suppliers table. Let's see what it has. Suppliers has supplier ID, company name, those things. Okay. And the suppliers ID, right? So if you see the schema, so you have to understand the schema well here. Where is our suppliers? Suppliers is here. So the supplier ID is used in the products. So supplier ID from suppliers table is a primary key and it's used in the products. So same supplier can supply multiple products. So like a one-to-many relationship is there. So there is a relationship between suppliers and products table. So that is clear to us. The next one we want is a categories. So if you see category and product also has a relationship. One category can have multiple products, one to many. So we have to use these relationships to combine this table so that we can get the result out of it. So let's try to see how to do it. So what we have seen is, I'll just show you one more time. So you can see one supplier can have multiple products. So first we can even connect the suppliers and products. So P dot order doesn't matter. P dot suppliers ID is equals to, so it is suppliers ID. So this is one connect we have made. The next one is we have to connect what? If you see here, products and category we have to connect. So product, again, product and category has a category ID common. So the next one is category ID. So category ID is primary key, product table has category ID which is referring to category ID, that is a foreign key. So this is how it looks like. So let's run this. So it's working fine. You can see it's perfectly working fine. But the suggested solution is using joins. So this is another solution which I was telling. So there are multiple ways to solve it. So here the solution is using joins. We can solve the same problem. So let's try to understand what is the difference between using where clause and the join, which is efficient. So I'll just copy this as well and I'll run this. So, and after that I'll explain the difference. Let me comment this. Okay, it's not working. I'll just take out and I'll run this. So this will work fine because it's a switched approach. So here, right, if you see, only the difference is these two part where I have written using this logic and the other logic which I was telling is using joins. So what is the difference? What is recommended here? We have to understand. So basically both will do the same thing and performance also almost same. There is not much difference. But in the first approach, what is happening is join is happening implicitly and this where clause is doing a join. And even here you can have some other criteria as well and you can have some other filtering criteria. For example, city equals to some city name like for example New York. So which is possible. So here we can filter based on city as well. So basically we are combining join and filtering also. If we miss any of these conditions which is leading to internal joins, right? So we will not get the desired result and it will create issues also. But in case of second approach, you can see this is clearly doing a join operation here. So we are joining suppliers with the basically product and we are joining categories with the product. Here again we can have a where clause. Here we can specify our where clause and we can have filtering criteria as well. So with this the advantage is readability. So Here, what is happening? It's easier to read, and joins are handled at one place, and filtering criteria is handled in a different place. So the second approach is recommended. This is one of the recommended industry standard approach than the first one. So this is how you should learn. You can do the same thing in multiple ways. You should know what is recommended also. So that's why I always say watch my videos till the end so that you can get the complete benefit out of it. You can explain better. It will helpful for you to clear the interviews as well as it will help you to understand the concepts better, which can be used in your day-to-day coding as well. I hope you understood. Let's move on to the next question. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is we have to show the category name and the average product unit price for each category, and we have to round it to two decimal places. So we know how to calculate average, we know how to round it up also. So the requirement here is we have to basically do this for each category. So here, if you see the categories, category will have category name, category ID and description. So for every category, we have to do this grouping. If you see here, the example, right? We have to um, find out the average category name for every category. So we have to find out the average unit price for every category. This is the output we want. So for every category beverages, for example, we have to find out the average, condiments, average. So we need some kind of a grouping logic. So let's see how to do it. So let's see how to do it. Maybe I'll just take out this and write freshly. So we have to select what? We have to select the category name. So that's the first thing. So before that, let's try to understand it better. Okay, the problem statement is saying we have to print the category name and the average product unit price, which is part of the product. So we need two tables here, categories table and products table. So from product table, we have to calculate the average product unit price for every category from the categories table. So we need some kind of a join here, and after that we have to do a group by. So let's see how to do it. So maybe I'll first define my from class. So in from, what I have to specify is the table names. Categories is one of the table names, so I'll just say it as C. The second one is we have to use the products table, so that is P. Uh, let's try to write what should be in the select. So from the category, we need what? Category name. So that is the first thing we have to write. Category name. And from products table, we need unit price. Products table, we need unit price. So we have to average it and we have to round it up as well. So two things we have to do. So round up, I already explained. So rounding strategy I have already told. So round will take the, maybe first I'll write the average and after that I'll go to round. So average is an aggregate function, as you know. Average of what? Average of unit price we have to do. So that's the first thing. And we have to apply the rounding logic on top of it. So I'll go with the rounding logic here and I'll mention rounding decimals as well, two decimal. And as I already told, when you're doing some aggregate operation, it's better to give an alias name. So I can call it as average product unit price. That is the name given in the example. Also, maybe we can say average unit price. Let's see if it works, or if not, we may have to change the name as per the need. So I mean, this will work. I'm saying the name of the column. If the answer expects a different one, we can change it. So now we have to join these tables. So as I already told, join will basically make query readable. All the joins will handle at this level and where will handle all the filtering. So it's always good to have the joins wherever it is required. So from products, so from products, uh, P, we have to join on what? Join products P on C dot, that is categories dot, like category ID we have to take, and we have to join with what? Product dot category ID. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically um, joining this product with the categories based on this constraint. Like both products and categories is having category ID. So I'm combining. So here I'm joining based on that. Okay, I hope it's very clear to you. So just one thing is here it is not required because here we are specifying the join explicitly, right? We don't need to specify in the from clause. So in the join we have to mention like from this table we have to join with this table on based on this criteria. So that's why we don't need to mention in the from clause, and group by is required because for every category. So we have to group based on the category name. So we have to specify c dot category name. So if you are not aware of group by, right, I would suggest go and search as I already showed you. Just do this. In the first only because of LLM searches, right? Now you will get the results immediately. You don't need to search 100 links. So you can see group by is a class. Basically, it is used to group the rows that have same values in the specified column. So here what we are doing is we are grouping based on this category name column. If it contains same names as values, it will be grouped. On top of that, we apply this rounding and averaging strategy. So if let's say, just for example, I'll take, let's say that I'll just say C name, this is my category name, and this is my unit price. Okay. So category name is, for example, car, just an example. And here unit price is 10. And for here also, let's say category name is car and unit price is 20. Example may not be very relevant. This for explanation I'm saying. So here we are grouping based on car. Okay, car will be my final outcome. So I'm averaging the unit price. That is 30. I'll first sum this and take an average. So 15. So 15 will be my unit price. These two will be my final outcome. So if there are decimal, I'm rounding it up. So I hope it's very clear to you. Let me run and show you the output. So we have got the working code and I got the solution. So basically we are printing all the category names. So that's what was the requirement. And we are averaging as well and rounding up. So this is the recommended solution here. You can check out. So this is same as what you have written. Just only the difference is this from and join table names are reversed. It will not make any difference. So final outcome will be same. So you can have from products and join categories. So basically we are trying to say we are joining two tables based on a column name. So that's it. So order of that table name may not much difference in this case. So I hope you got it. Let's move on to next question. So many of you have asked me to share the interview material. Okay, so I have hosted my interview material in the StopMet link. So this is already available in the description of this video. So what you will get is I have uploaded 1,000+ interview questions on these things, plus all the questions which I've shared in my videos that is related to top 75 tricky questions, top 50 plus Java Stream questions, top 50 most commonly asked Java interview questions, and Spring Boot interview questions. All these things you will get as part of this kit. So you can go and get it from this. And I have started all these other service also. If you're interested, you can definitely reach out to me. So the next question is, so we have to show city, company name, contact name from customers and suppliers table, and we have to merge together. And we have to create a column which contains customers or suppliers depending on the table it came from. So basically what they are saying is if you see from customers, right? Customers also has the city information and customers also has company name and customers also has contact name. Okay. And the next table is suppliers. Suppliers also has the same columns. What they are saying is we have to merge both the tables and generate the final outcome. So that is the expectation. So if you see the outcome here, So city and company name and contact name and relationship. So here they are having a relationship related information. So in this question, right, so we have to basically merge these two tables for these three columns. And the second expectation is here you can see they are saying you have to create a column which contains customers or suppliers depending on the table it came from. So that is another requirement. We have to mention from which table this data has come, whether the supplier city we are capturing or customer city we are capturing. So that is another requirement they are asking for. So I hope the question is clear. So this is the hint if you see, right? This contains city, company name, and it contains contact name, and it contains relationship. These entry, this is coming from customers. And if you scroll down further, you can see this is coming from suppliers. Then the next entry, I can enlarge and show you. So this is the thing, like the final outcome should look like this. We have to take city, company name, contact name from both the table, merge, and we have to mention from which table this entry is coming from, is it customers or suppliers? I hope the question is clear. So to merge two tables, we have to use union operation. So I've already searched union for you. So union is used to basically merge or combine the results of two and more select statement. In simple words, so basically to merge two tables, right? We use union. So union, what it does is it will remove the duplicates. So let's say if the both the tables are having duplicate values for the column, right? That will be removed. Okay. And it's like entire row, if it is a duplicate, then it will be removed, not just one column. So you should be clear on it. And another thing is we use this kind of a structure. Select the column name from table one, and you have to use union, and another select from the table two. So whatever the columns we are specifying here, it should be in the same order and same number. Like I can take an example here. So here you can see employees and contracts we have. Both are having name and city. We are merging that. So we are taking name and city from employees here, and we are doing union operation with the contractors. Okay. So if you see in this case, right, Jane Smith and Newark and Jane Smith and Newark, so both are common, like same. So it's a duplicate, it will be removed. And at the same time, other entries are unique. So if you see final outcome, you can see three rows. I hope you got it. So one more thing I missed is you can see this John Doe and Seattle also, there is a duplicate in the same table. So that is also removed. So there will be three entries after the union operation. So as I said, union should have the select statement, right? It should have the columns in the both the select query should have the same set of columns. That's first requirement. And second thing is we should use this union as an operation. And third thing, it will basically remove the duplicate. If the whole row is duplicate between the tables or within the table, that will be removed. So final entry contains unique rows. So I hope you got it. So performance wise, union is a bit slower because it has to remove the duplicate. Union all is faster, but it will retain the duplicate if it is there. So union all we can use, let's say if we are allowed to store the duplicate, or if we are sure shot that two tables are not having any duplicates. So in those cases, we can go for union all. I hope the concept is very clear. Now we have to use the same concept to basically write this query. So we have to get the city, company name, contact name, and another column we have to add from which table this is coming from. So let's try to see how to write it. So let's try to write the query. I'll just remove this. So we need select, that's required. So from first table, that is customers, what we want is city, and we want company name. That's the second one. And third entry we need is contact name. So this is from which table? This is from customers. And another requirement we have is we need one more column. Like here you can see, right? The third column, that is a relationship column. That is also required where it will store the details of like from which table this entry is coming from. Is it from customers or is it from suppliers? So what we have to do here is So what we have to do here is we have to introduce one more column. So here default value is customer. If it is coming from customer, I'll just name it as maybe I can name it as a relationship. Okay, because that is a hint also showing. Next is from which table? That is from customers. Okay, I hope it's very clear to you. The second thing is we have to do same thing. I'll just copy paste the same thing. So this we have to do from which table? This we have to do from suppliers table. Okay, here relationship is suppliers. So this is the only difference. Now we have to merge this table or combine this table. So we can use union here. Here we have to mention customers. So instead of customer, it should be customers and there should be suppliers. That was the only difference. So let's try to run it. It's matching. I'll just explain the query one more time. So we are doing select from this, select from these two different tables. You should have the same columns and in the same order. So if you are having city in the first, here also it should be city only. So from both the tables. So this relationship we are mentioning because that is the requirement of a query also. We have to mention from which table it is coming. Okay. So union will merge these three columns from both the tables and it will remove the duplicates and it will generate the final outcome. So that's what you can see here. So let's see what is this suggested answer. This is also matching as with our response. So I hope it's very clear to you. You don't need to mention relationship one more time here. That's the thing they are doing, but it's fine. It's not an issue. I hope you understood this question and solution. Let's move on to next question. So the question is, we have to show the total amount of order for each year slash month. So we have to show the total amount of orders for each year slash month. So for every year, like for every month in that, what is the total number of orders we have received? For example, 2016, seventh month, we got this number of orders, 2016, this number of orders. So we have to basically generate the output like this. So let's see how to do it. So here the requirement is, maybe I'll just take out this. So here the requirement is we have to show the total number of orders. So count is required on order ID because there is no any other attribute we can look for. So we have to look for total number of orders for each year and month. So we have to group by year and month based on the order date. So let's try to do it. So basically, if you see in the orders table, right, there is no date specific column. So if you see the orders table, right, there is no year related column or there is no month related column that we have to derive out of this order date only. So I'm just repeating. So basically we have to find for every year and in all the months, what is the order we have received. So for that, we have to extract the year and month from the order date because there is no explicit year or month related column. Okay. After that, we have to find the number of orders. So we need some kind of a grouping. We have to basically group the orders for every month and we have to count that. So what I'm trying to say is, so first go for a select. Um, I'll just go to the next line. So just for better explanation. So there is a function called year. Okay. So this year, what it does is it will help to extract the year from the date. So if I go for order date, I can get the year here. So I'll call it as order year. That's the column name they have given. So order year. Okay. So this is my first column. Next one, what I want is month. So there is a function called month. From month, I can extract the month information from this order date. So there are two ways we can represent. So Both are supported in this tool. So order date as what? So here I'll mention as order month. Okay, this is my second column. Third one, what I'm looking is number of orders. So count is a function which you are aware. Count will help you to count the number of orders. Okay. So count of what? Count of order ID. Okay. And we can call it as number of orders. That is the column name they are saying. So these are all the three things we needed. Here, let's say if the order ID is duplicate. If it is a primary key, it will not be. But let's say if it is not a primary key, you may have to use distinct. So just for the example, I'll use distinct here. Um, okay. So distinct will help me to filter the duplicate order IDs. On top of that, I'm applying the count. So that will give me the count of order IDs. Okay. So I'll explain a little more after running this code. So from which table? From orders table that we are aware. Now we have to do the group by. Group by what? So group by already clearly given in the problem statement. We have to group by year and month. So we have to group by year of the order date and we have to group by the month of the order date. That is the second time. Add commas between the column names. So this is the year order date again. So we have to group by order date and here we have to use month. So that is the next one. And another thing is if you see, right, it is ordered by ascending order of the year and month combination. Okay. So for that we can use order by, we can use order year and we can do order month. So same as these two. So this is the query. So here first we are selecting whatever the details we want. That is year we are extracting from order date. Month we are extracting from order date. Count we are doing to count the number of order IDs. So first maybe I'll take an example. First I'll run this code and after that I'll take an example and explain. So this solution is working fine. Okay. So in the suggested approach also they are doing count star the record. So that's same because either you can go with this column or you can use count star also because you're selecting order date one column, right? And the corresponding count star if you do also, you will get the required details. So you can go with this count star approach also. It's the same thing. Here I've explicitly mentioned on what we have to do a count star, but that's kind of an implicit here because since we are already grouping, we have to do count star on the grouped items. You can go for that approach as well. So I'll explain a bit. So basically, here what is happening is we are grouping the year first and after that corresponding months. So it's like two on base of two columns we are doing a group. I'll just for the explanation I'll go with year directly. I'll not write the order date and extract the year. And this is the month and this is the order record. Okay. And there is again, for example, 2016, 7, and there is another order. So 2016, 7, there's another order. So what happens after this group by is we are grouping year and the month, like two columns we are grouping. So in the final response, we'll get this. And either you can go with count of this, or if you use like, for example, count star, whatever the solution is showing. So what will happen is it will sum all these orders. So it will become 3. So this is how final outcome is calculated. I hope it's very clear to you. So we are grouping based on the year, month, and we are doing count star of such records. So two columns we are grouping and we are getting the response. Let's say if For example, if a requirement is find only based on the year, so let's say if it is 2017 here, and this is the okay one first month and one order. So if our requirement was just to group by order year, right, what will happen is it will be like 2016, and we will combine all the four records because month we don't check it. So here answer will be 4. 2017 answer will be 1. So I hope you got it. So on what basis you group, right? The result will vary. So our requirement was to group by year and month. So we went with that approach. I hope this is very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. So it's saying all the medium difficulty questions are solved. Let's move on to hard difficulty. Next question is we have to show the employee's first name, last name, and number of orders column. So we have to show the employee's first name. So employee's first name, last name, and number of orders column with the count of orders taken. So we have to basically connect the employees with the orders. Okay. We have to basically count the number of orders taken and a column called shipped that displays on time if the order ship date is less than or equals to required date. So this one we have already discussed. So how to list down the orders which are shipped before or on time. So like shipped before the required date. So that we have discussed. So here that is also required on time, like shipped that displays on time if the order is shipped less than or equals to required date. Late if the order is shipped late, means if the ship date is greater than the required date. And not shipped if the ship date is null. That is another requirement. So order by employee's last name, then first name, then descending by the number of orders. So this is a very tricky and interesting question. So we have to do multiple things here. So let's see the response. So here, right, we are having first name, last name, number of orders, and shipped. So that you can see it's saying on time, late, etc. And we are doing order by last name. So first, if you see B, C is taken. So when there is a clash, let's say if both are same, then we'll go by first name, and then we'll go by the number of orders. So that's how the order by strategy look like. So let's see how to do it. So I hope you understood the question. So the question is we have to print the first name, last name, and number of orders. And we should have one more column to show the shipment details. And we have to do the ordering as well. Okay. So basically, whenever you see a bit complex query, try to break this into smaller chunks. So first name, last name printing is not an issue. Number of orders also you can do it. You can use count star, like count of that order ID. So that is also straightforward. So the complex thing is maybe you may not be aware how to show this shipped status based on multiple conditions. So that is one of the difficult thing. Order by you are aware. That is anyway clear. And to calculate the count, you should do the group by. That you should be aware. That's one of the prerequisite. So let's see how to do it. So here we have two tables. One is customers and another is orders table also. So we have to join these two tables. That is another operation you are aware. So maybe I'll just start writing what we are aware, and after that I'll add the details which we have to know. So we have to do select. What are the things we should know? We should know basically first name of the employee that we are aware, and we should know the last name of the employee, the second thing. Third one we want is a count of order IDs. So I'll just mention count, and here we need order IDs. Okay, this is another thing, and we have to name this as number of orders, that is they have already mentioned. So this we are aware. This is very straightforward. I'm not touching the next column. I'll come back to that later. So from which table we want? From employees. Okay. So for better writing query, right, I'll use alias. So for employee, I'll use E. So here E dot first name, because first name is coming from employee, E dot last name, that's also coming from employee. And we have to do the join operation. I already told you uh, in some examples. So join is to merge the two tables with the based on certain column. So when there is a column value matches, we can join it. There are multiple types of join, inner join, outer join, etc. Here we are just doing a full join. So we are joining based on what? So joining like from employee table, we will join with the order table. Let's call it as O just for our understanding. So this we have to go with orders table. This was the name. On which column we had to join. That is another thing we should know. So that is employee E dot employee ID, because employee ID is a primary key of employees table and orders is also having employee ID. So on that we are basically doing a join operation. Okay. So this is the join. So this we are aware already. Okay, this is very clear. Next thing is we have to find the number of orders. So for that we should do group by. Okay, that is a straightforward requirement. So in case of group by on what? So in case of group by, you have to mention all the columns of the select. Maybe I'll show you just for your understanding how group by works. So here, if you see, right, in case of group by, you have to mention all the columns which are in the select except aggregated columns. So here, column one is non-aggregated. Aggregated means here we are using either min, max, average. So except that, rest all the columns should be part of the group by. That's how group by will work. Okay. So here that's what they have mentioned. Specify the columns by which to group the data, all non-aggregated columns. Okay, non-aggregated functions which are used on the columns. But except that column, rest everything you have to mention. So if you want to filter something on top of the group by, you can go for having clause. Okay. Order by, we are aware to sort the result in certain order. So having is to filter the response of the group by. I hope it's very clear to you. So here you can see group by category. So category is a column which is non-aggregated. So because the other column is having sum. Sum is an aggregated function on sales. So we are grouping the categories and calculating the sales. So what is the sales for electronics? So we are grouping electronics and we are summing 10,000 plus 500. So that's how it works. So you can see the final response here. I hope it's very clear to you. Many candidates get confused, like what are the like how the group by works. Group by, you should specify all the non-aggregated columns from the select. So if some column is having some aggregate operation, that you don't need to specify. And if you want to filter something, then you have to go for having clause. So response of the group by, if you want to filter, you can go for having. I hope it's very clear to you. So for our requirement also, we need group by because we have to find the total number of orders you can see here. So to calculate the total number of orders, we need group by. So here we have to specify all the columns of the select, that is first name, second one is last name, and third one is number of orders. So that is the third column. But do we need to specify this number of orders? We should ask ourselves. No, because we have already applied an aggregate operation on top of it. So we should clear on it. So why this is not required to be mentioned in the group by? Because this is kind of a response we get after this group by. So we don't need to mention. Then what else we have to mention? So there is one more column we have to cover that is related to shipment that I'll add it later. So this is clear and we can have order by also. Order by is already clearly they have told. First we have to order by last name, that is E dot last name. Next we have to order by first name, E dot first name. Next what we have to do? Next we have to do number of orders descending. So number of orders we have already. So if like I'll just complete and explain that number of orders descending. So here, if you see, right, first it will try to order by the last name, okay, in the ascending order. If let's say two columns are having same last name, next you will go to check the first name column. If first name column is also having that, if not, it will sort based on the first name. If these two are also having the same values, next it will go to number of orders. So in number of orders, it will basically sort. So if you see the example here, right? Stephen and Stephen, like first you will go to the this one. So the last name is matching. Next you will come to first name. First name is also matching. Next you will sort based on the number of orders in the descending order. That is a requirement. That's why I have already clearly mentioned in this descending. So 41 and 1. So I hope you got it. First we'll sort based on this. If there is a match, we'll go to first name. Well, based on first name, we'll sort it. If this is also matching, we'll go to number of orders. So this is the order of sorting. I hope it's very clear to you. Okay. So these are all the things we know. Now, what we want is the next column where we have to specify the shipment status. It's kind of a conditional thing. So SQL has something called case. So I'll just go with case. So what this case does is a conditional expression used to add if then else logic to your queries. So our requirement is, if you see here, right, shipment related column, the shipped related column, we have to update based on the conditions. Is it on time or is it late or is it not shipped based on certain criteria? Not shipped, we have to show if the ship date is null. Late, we have to show if the order ship date is greater than the required date. On time, if the ship date is less than or equals to required date. So there are three conditions we have to specify. So this SQL case is for that purpose only. So here we are specifying the first condition, second condition, and third condition. And we can have the optional return type as well, default one. So if you are from Java, for example, Java has a switch case. So this is almost same as that. So here we are performing the conditional execution, if then else kind of a logic here. Okay. So here you can see the example. So select product line, case product line. If it is R, then return this. If it is M, then return this. Else others. This is the default one. So same thing here. If the list price equals to 0, this should be my column value. If it is less than 50, this should be my column value. Or else this is the default value. I hope you got it. So this case statement can be used in different places. So in our requirement, we are using with the select, but it can be used with where group as per the stock. So let us try to use the case for our requirement. Now you understood, right, how this case is used. So our requirement is, let's add case. So once you add case, right, we have to use when, okay. When we have to specify its order, like we are going with here, I'll just mention o dot for here as well. If the ship date, if the ship date is null, so this is the third requirement in that list. So if it is null, then what it means is you have to say it is not shipped. That's what they are saying here. If it is null, we have to say not shipped. Okay. So this is my one column. Okay. The next one, when o dot ship date is less than or equals to required date. If the today is the required date and ship date is also today or yesterday, then what we have to do is we have to say on time. So that is the next column value. And third one. So this is the next conditional thing. Third one is a else case. So what is else? If it is not null or if it is not shipped before the required date, then it means it is late. So we don't need to add an explicit condition here. So we can say late. Okay. So just for the formatting, I'll just move this so it's easy to understand. Else, and we have to end this case. Okay, and we have to name this as what? What is the column name? Shipped is what they are naming here. So I'm also going with that name only. Okay. So now we have covered the fourth column requirement also. So here we are doing aggregation. After that, here we are doing the case related part as well. Okay. Here, one thing we have to do is in case of group by. So we have to add all the non-aggregated columns. So this shift is also non-aggregated column. So that we have to add it. So which I'm adding here. Yes, this should work. Let's see. Let's try to run and check. So this is working fine. So I hope you understood. We took the problem statement. We started writing what we know. We break the problem into smaller chunks. We started attacking that. And what we are not aware, which we handle at the end, that is related to case. I hope the case is very clear to you. This is a interesting information because not many of you might have touched this case in your day-to-day coding also. So it's good to know the thing. So next time when you are writing, if you get this conditional requirement, you can use case. I hope this is very clear to you. So we learned case in this. So far we know about join, we know about group by, we know about order by. So, so let's see what is the suggested approach also. So suggested approach is also almost matching our solution only. There is no difference. Okay. So I hope you got it. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is we have to show how much money the company lost due to giving discount each year. Order the years from most recent to least recent. And we have to round to two decimal places. So we have to show how much money company lost due to giving discounts each year. Okay. And order the years from the most recent to least recent. So let's try to understand this question a little more detail. So we have to show how much money company lost due to giving discount each year and order the years from most recent to least recent. This is for order by. And we have to round the discount amount, the sum of the discount amount to two decimals. So this is the expectation. So first I'll explain how to get this total amount of discount. Because if you see here order table, right, this has a discount. I can show you the value first. And after that, I'll tell you why I'm going in a different way. So I'll just say limit 5 and I'll just run this. So you can see discount, it is showing 0. Let's take an example where discount is not equals to 0. So we got the discount. So discount will be in the percentage. So this will not give me the full amount of the discount which on the order which customer got. So I'll first explain how to calculate this discount amount. So what we are seeing is a discount percentage. First we'll try to understand how to get the discount amount. So that is, let's say if the product price is $100 and discount is 10 percentage, then what is the total discount the company is giving to the end user? So calculation is very simple, 100 into zero point 0.1. So this 10% is nothing but 0.1. So company is giving $10 to the end user. Okay. So for this order, the company lost $10. What we have to do is we have to find the total loss company is making every year on all the orders it is shipping. So let's try to write the query for the same. So I'll try to explain what are all the tables involved in it. Let's go to view schema here. This will give us a better understanding. Okay. Order details has a product ID. So basically product can be part of multiple order details. So this is one to many. One product can have part of the multiple order details. So one to many relationship. This order details and orders is connected. So one order can have multiple order details because let's say order ID is 123, but there can be more than one product in that. So that's what it is saying. One order, there can be 10 order details. Order details contain product ID, quantity, discount, etc. So we need these three tables because products will give me the unit price of the product which is part of the order details. This order details help me to get the order ID and other details. So there is a requirement to basically group by year. So year we can extract from the order date. I'll just explain one more time. So order details will have discount, okay? And this contains a product ID. This is coming from products table. Products will have unit price. So unit price is required for us because I already explained you $100 is a unit price for this product, and discount we are getting from here, and we have to sort based on the order date, so that we can extract from this table. So these three tables are required. Okay, now I'll write the query for the same. Okay, so first is we have to select what we want is an year. If you see the response here, right, we want an order year. So how to get that order year? So order year will be from the orders table. Let's say I'm using O as my alias for that. I'm using O for the order. O is my alias for the order. So O dot order date I'm using. Okay, this is to extract the year out of it. Okay, and I'll call it as order year. This is my first one. Second thing is we have to find out the total number of losses we are making. Maybe before I go there, I'll write the from clause so that we will get to know what are the tables involved here in detail. From orders, so this is my first table called as O, and I have to join with what? Join with order details table, and you know the way how we have to write it. Like I'll call it as OD, and we have to mention on what it is joined. So O dot order ID should be equals to order details dot order ID, because order ID is the primary key from orders table here. Once we join this, next we have to do one more join with what? One more join with products table, which I already explained you. I'll call it as P. On what? Products table will have the product ID, which I already showed you. Product ID, and it is equals to order details dot product ID. I hope you got it. Maybe I'll just show you the schema one more time briefly. So here order will have order ID. This order ID is coming from orders. So this is the column we are using to join these two. And order details will have product ID that's coming from products. So this is the column we are using to merge these two. I hope you got it. So now we have joined these two. This is clear. Okay. Let's go to the select here. In select, what we have to do is we have to calculate the total number of losses we are making. As I already told you, how to calculate that is product will have a unit price, take the unit price. Okay. And we need quantity. If you go to order details will have a quantity. Like we have bought, for example, just for the example, let's take a mobile example. So let's say here order details contain a mobile ID, the product ID. I have bought 5 mobiles. And what is the cost of my mobile? Cost of my mobile is, for example, $200. That is coming from unit price. This will give me the total amount of the product without discount. So discount is here, discount percentage is here, which I have to multiply. So what I have to do here is first I have to go for P dot the product dot unit price. That is the first thing I need. That I have to multiply with what? That I have to multiply with quantity. How many quantities I've bought? That is coming from the order details table. So quantity. Next, what I have to do? I have to basically find the total discount which is applied, that is coming from the order details. So these three we have got. So we have got the multiplication of this. What we want, we have to find out the sum of the discounts every year. So we have to apply sum on top of it. So this will give me summation of all the orders in that year and what is the total amount of discount we have given as a company. So here I'll call it as discount amount. Okay. We have next one more requirement. We have to round it up to two decimal. Rounding I've already explained in my earlier questions. So round is the method we have to use. So round will take left hand side is the value on which we have to do a rounding strategy. And here we have to mention what is the decimal. 2 is my decimals we are targeting. So select we have done the year and we have done the rounding. So this is clear and this is the join operation we are doing to connect these three tables. Next is we have to order by number of years. But before that we have to group. Group on what? We have to group on, we have to group by year because we have to get the sum for that year. So that we can get from order date. Okay. So all the orders in that year we are summing. So that operation we are performing here to get the total discount. Okay. And next thing is we have to order by what? Now we have got the response. Okay. But now we have to show the result in certain order. Order the years from most recent to least recent. Means it is in descending order. So that is order by order year. So that is a column name I have written. Order year by what? Descending. So I'll run it and explain it one more time. So we have got the response. Um, so what I've done is first we need year. That's one of the requirement that I got from order date. And year is extracted from order date using this year function. Next, what we are doing is here we are calculating the discount. How we are calculating? We're taking the unit price, multiplying with the quantity and multiplying with the discount. I already explained you 100 into zero point 0.1. The $10 what we got is the discount. And we are summing for all the orders of that year. So here, let's say if it is 2017, right? We got 10 as one order, and maybe another order got 20 discount. So we have to sum all these things. So response should be 2017, 30 should be my response. So for that, so this will help me to group the orders which are in the same year. Here I'm applying the rounding and summing logic. So sum I'm applying, rounding is to round it to two decimal. Here we are doing order by because we have to show it in the descending order. I hope the solution is very clear to you. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the chat. I'll respond back. I'm explaining in detail so that it will be helpful for your day-to-day coding as well as it will be helpful for your interviews as well. If you watch this video till the end, right, you can crack any SQL interviews. Okay. So let's move on to the next question. So it's saying we have completed all the questions in this series. So what I had done is because only there are easy, medium, hard level questions, which we have already tackled. So this is from Northwind DB. So now we are changing to Hospital DB. That's another DB. This will have fresh set of questions. So you can see we have bunch of questions here. We'll try to solve these also. So watch the video till the end to get the complete benefit. We are solving all variety of problems so that you can solve any SQL queries without any issues. So for this patient, I'll show you the schema. It has only 4 tables. So if you see the schema here, patients, doctor, admissions, and province names. So same province can have multiple patients. That is a straightforward relationship. Patients can have multiple admissions. That is a straightforward. And doctors can handle multiple admissions. So this is a very simple relationship. Patients table will have patient related data. Doctor will have doctor related, admissions will have details of the patient and admission related details. And this is a province one. It's a very simple schema. So let's try to solve this queries. Let's try to understand some more variety of SQL problems. Let's get started. So we have to select, let's try to solve this. So we have to select the first name and we have to select the last name and we have to select the gender from patient's table. What is a condition where gender should be male? It's a straightforward one. Gender should be equals to male. That is N. That's it. So let's try to run this. We got the solution. We have listed on all the first name, last name of the patients whose gender is male, that is M. So I hope you got it. This is a very straightforward question, easy level difficulty. Let's move on to the next question. We have to show the first name, last name of the patients who does not have allergies. So what we want is we want the first name and we want the last name from patients. What is the where clause we have to write? We have to say allergies is null. That is, we should find out all the first name and last name of the patients who does not have allergies. That's it. Where this is the column name, allergies is null. So let's try to run it. We got the solution. So we have to find all the patients who does not have allergies. So we have to use is null. Let's say if the requirement is does have allergy, then is not null we have to use. That's the difference. So let's move on to the next question. Next question is we have to show the first name of the patients that starts with C. So we have to show the first name of the patient that should start with C. Okay, let's try to see how to do it. So we have to show the first name of the patient. It should start with C. So you can see Charles, Cedric, all those things are starting with C, and we don't need to remove any duplicates. So we have to print as it is. So we need first name. That's clear. From patients, that is also clear. So first name should start with C. It's a pattern matching question. So for all this pattern matching question, we should use like, that you are aware. So what should be the first character of the name? That is C. And we are not interested in the rest of the characters. So we can use percentage. That's it. So let's try to run it. So like is used to do the pattern matching. So if you need more details, go here, type SQL like. So you can go to AI mode also for better understanding. So a like is an operator used within the where clause to search for specific pattern. You can see a percentage starts with a, ends with a, contains or in between if you use this kind of a pattern. So it will support different kinds of pattern matching. So for more details, I would say go and explore, understand it. So whenever you're solving any problem, right, one of my recommendation is go and understand the concept or the methods or the functions you are using so that you can use that knowledge in any other problem statement. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to next question. So we have to show the first name and last name of the patients. That weight is within 100 to 120. So they have weight related column. So weight should be within the 100 and 120. So this is also very straightforward. One of the thing I missed to tell is you can also write the queries parallelly with me. You can pause this video, write a query and share it in the comment. I'll look into it so that you can also practice along with me. So let's move on to this question. So we have to find the first name, last name of the patient that weight is within the range of 100 to 120. Let's see how to do it. And it is inclusive, like 100 and 120 should also be part of that range. Let's see how to do it. So we have to find out the first name and last name of the patients. Their weight is within the range of 100 to 120. So first name and last name we need from patients table. What is the column we are interested in? That is weight. So there are multiple ways we can solve this. The first way is we can use between Between is a right one for this. Between 100 and 120. So I'll just run this. This is working fine. So between 100 and 120, it is an inclusive one. Like it is saying it will include 100 and 120 also. And it will try to find all the weights in between and get the first name and last name corresponding to that. This one way. The another way is you can use the operator like weight is greater than or equals to 100 and weight is less than or equals to 100. This is another way you can do it. So this will also give the same response. And let's say if the range is exclusive, then you just remove this. You need a strict. It should not include 100 and 120, and you can go with this kind of a strategy. Between is one best way if the range is inclusive. So for exclusive, you can use this greater than or less than operators, and you can write a query for that. I hope it's very clear to you. So if you want to understand more about the between, right, this is a great thing. Like once you pick up new concept, go and study that. Like between. So it will talk about between is a logical operator used in the where clause to select the values within the specified range. It's an inclusive one. So it will support numbers, dates, and text data types. You can see between 10 and 20 means it is translated to this. Date also you can do. So this is how you should learn things and explore. So when you get to know new things, right? Do a double click and deep dive and understand more. So then you can become perfect in that. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Next question is we have to update the patient's table for all the allergies column. If the patient's allergy is null, then replace it with NKA. So we have to update the patient's table for all the allergies column. If the patient's allergy is null, okay, so they are saying if the patient's table column allergies is having null value, then that replace it with a NKA. So I hope the question is clear to you. Let's see how to do it. So in this case, we have to update the column of the patient's table based on a criteria. So we need updates. Okay. So I'll just remove this. We have to use update. Update what? Update patient's table. What we have to update with? So set. Set here we have to specify allergies column to NKA. Okay. And on what condition? So here in where clause we have to specify allergies is null. So update those column values if it contains null with the NKA. So I'll just run this. So we got the response. Rows are modified. It's saying these many rows are modified. You should know this. Once you do the update operation, you'll get to know what are the number of rows which got updated also. This is the response type of the update query. You should know clearly. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. So you should show the first name and last name concatenated into one column to show their full name. So we have to show the first name and last name together as one column. That's called as full name here. And we have to print it. So let's see how to do it. We have to concatenate first name and last name, generate full name out of it. And we have to print it. Let's see how to do it. So let's go with select to print the result. So there is a function called concat in the SQL world. That is MySQL Postgres has this. Let's say if you are using Microsoft SQL Server, the way it is done is a little different. So that is one thing you should know because even though it is a SQL Server, the query patterns may vary, the functionalities may vary a bit. So you should know that clearly. So concatenate, we have to specify what columns first name and what should be the delimiter. Delimiter is just a space. Uh, Next is last name, and we have to mention what is the column name. We have to get full name and from which table we have to mention that is patients. So let me run it. So query does not match with the respected result because The whatever I've added is not adding the space correctly. This is what is required. I hope you got it. So there is a function called concat. Concat will concatenate these two with the delimiter we are specifying. Previously, what I've added was not having the proper space. So that's why it was not working. Now I added a space. Here you can add any delimiter you want. And this is how you can get it. So if you want to know more about concat, right, this is the right time. Go and search for concat. Understand how this concat works, what it takes, what is the return type, and in what all the database it is supported. So this is how you should learn and master the skills. I hope you got it. Let's move on to the next question. Next question is we have to show the first name, last name, and full province name of each patient. So province name is here. Okay. So we have to print the first name, last name, and full province name of each patient. So we should show Ontario instead of ON. That's the expectation. Maybe this province names, let's see what it prints just to understand what it contains. So select star from province, province names. I'll just limit by 5. This limit is always important. If you try to pull all the records with select star, right, it can take up a lot of space in your day-to-day coding. So whenever you're writing any query for your production code, right, don't use select star. Use appropriate columns which is required and have the proper pagination. Don't load everything. Like here, I'm just loading 5. Similar way, load only the required number of columns or do the pagination. Otherwise, it can consume your memory of the application and it application can crash. So this is one of the important thing you should know. So this is how it is like province, right? Province will have a full name only. So the expectation is we don't need to print AB, we should print the Alberta. Instead of BC, we should print the British Columbia, the full name they are saying. So that is the expectation. So let's see how to solve this problem. So let's see how to solve this. We have to go with select and we have to mention what? We have to mention the, so before that I'll write the from clause, from which table, that is patient. I'll call it as P and we have to join this with the province names. Uh, so that I'll call it out because join is required here because if you see the relationship, patients and province has a connect using province ID. Either you can use where clause to match this or join. Join is recommended because join is separately here. That will take care of the joining table. Where can be used for the filtering logic only. That is the main reason. So I'm doing join on province names. I can call it as PN. So I have to mention on what column I have to join. So basically from patients, I can use patient province ID. That should be equals to province name dot province ID. So, and here I have to mention what are the columns I'm interested in. First name, I have to use P dot first name because that's coming from patient's table. I'm using P as the alias and P dot last name and I can use the another one is PN dot province name. So these three things I can use. Let me run it. I got the response. So here you can see first name, last name, and the province details, province name, the full details we are getting. It's a very straightforward query. I hope you understood. Let's move on to the next query. So here we have to show how many patients have the birth date with 2000 as the birth year. So here patients will have birth date. Okay. We want the year extracted from that birth date and that should be 2010. So we have to list down those patients. I hope the requirement is clear to you. Let's see how to do it. So let's see how to solve this. So basically we have to find the total number of patients. That is we can use count. Okay. Count star we can use. Total number of patients we need whose birth date is 2020. So from patients, we will extract these details, and the filtering criteria is to extract the year out of the birth date. So there is a function called year which is supported in MySQL. Maybe if you are using a different SQL, you have to go with the corresponding option from that SQL database. So year, and I'll go with birth date. So this will extract the year out of birth date, which should be equals to 2010. So this is the requirement. Let's try to run it. So you got 55, and that's the expected result as well. So count star we did on patients. So basically all the 2010 birth date patients we grouped together internally using count star and got the total count of it. So let's move on to next question. So we have to show the first name, last name, height of the patient with the greatest height. So we have to show the first name, last name, height of the patient with the greatest height. So let's see how to do it. So we have to show the first name, last name, height of the patient with the greatest height. There are different ways to solve this problem. I'm going with this approach. So what we want is select first name, we need last name, and we need height of the patient from patients. So from patients, what we want is the patient with the highest height. Okay. So patient with the greatest height we need. So you can see Sam, and this guy is having height as 226. So here, one option is we can do order by height we can do. So this will order the height. Here I'll specify descending order. So the highest one will come first, and after that, next highest, like that way it will be ordered. There is a function called limit. Okay, I'm applying limit. So limit will help me to basically limit to one record. Only the top record I can edit. So I'll run and show you. So I got the response. Let's say if the limit was 2, it would have fetched 2 records, which is not the expected thing. So these two are the top 2 records. If the expectation is list down the top 2 records. So same thing, limit 3, same thing. The expectation was top 1, so I'm just limiting to 1. So ordering based on the height in descending, taking the first record from the top. That's what I'm doing. So that's one way. So here in this case, right, what is being done is the max height of the patient is calculated in this inner query, and that max height is compared with all the records. Whoever is matching, that is getting printed. That's one way to do it. The another way is you can use max height directly in the select itself, but what they are saying is this may not be supported in all the SQL language. So as I told, like some SQL server will have a different query ways. So the first one is a generic one, which will mostly support in all the places. So this one may not be supported in all the ways. So whatever I have written is another way to achieve the same thing. For same requirement, we can write the query in multiple ways. So this will give you more idea about writing queries in different ways so that you can write any queries efficiently. Let's move to the next question. So we have to show all the columns for patients who have one of the following patient IDs. So you got the question right. You have to basically list down all the patients who has this patient IDs 145, 534, etc. And we have to print those patients. So you can see patient ID 1 and the first name, last name, gender, patient ID 45, details like that way. So let's see how to do it. So let's try to solve this. So basically we have to list down all the patients from patients table. So that is the first thing. What is our filtering criteria? So patient ID should be one of these 145, 534, etc. How to do it? Where patient IDs, okay, it should be in this like 145, 534, and 879 and 1000. That's it. So this in will match with whatever is specified in this bracket, and let's down only those matching records. So this can be subquery also. You can have a subquery also to fetch this details. So in will work on top of it. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. So we have to show the total number of admissions. From admissions table, we have to show the total number of admissions. It's very straightforward. Let's see how to do it. So we have to show total number of admissions. We can use count star from admissions. That's it. So this will give all the admissions count. So 5067 is the count, which is working fine. So I hope you got it. It's a very straightforward one. Count star on admissions table. We have done it. Let's move to the next question. So we have to show all the columns from the admissions where patient was admitted and discharged on the same date. So there is admission date and discharge date. Those should be same. And we have to list down all the records. So let's see how to do it. We have to list down all the patients. So select star from admissions where admission date and the discharge date is same. That's it. Done it. You got the response. So we are comparing admission date with the discharge date in getting the records for the same. Let's move on to the next question. So the question is we have to show the patient ID and total number of admissions for patient ID 579. So from the admissions table, we can get patient ID. And what we have to do is we have to find how many times that patient ID is admitted. I hope the question is very clear to you. So what we want is we want to print the patient ID, and second column is how many times. That is nothing but count star. So that will give the number of times that patient got admitted. So I'll say it as total admissions. From which table? From admissions table. So where patient ID is what? Patient ID is 579. So that's one thing I'm writing. Now, what we have to do is we have to basically count how many times that particular patient has admitted. So we have to do group by. Group by, we have to do patient ID. So what we do is just an example. Let's say 579, and we got admitted on certain date. So 2025, and maybe 579 is admitted on some other date, 11/11/2025, and maybe there is another patient 578 that got admitted on some other date. So what we are doing is we are grouping by patient ID, and that patient ID is 579. So with this filter, what will happen is this will be removed. Only will remain with these. We are grouping by the patient ID, that is 579. We are doing a count star of those rows. So this will give count. If I do count of this 579, right? Now I'll get two rows. So this is what we are doing. I hope the query is very clear to you. Let's run and check the response. So it's working fine. So I hope this question is very clear to you. Let us move on to the next question. So let's try to understand this problem. So we have to basically show the unique cities under this province NS. So here in case of patients table, you can see province ID is there, city is also there. So what we have to do is we have to list down the unique cities in which patients are living, which belongs to province ID NS. So here select, and the name should be like distinct city. Okay, let's call it as unique cities. Unique cities. And from which table? That is patients table. What is the constraint? Constraint is very simple. Province ID should be NS. That's it. So we have to list down the distinct cities of part of NS where patients are living. Let's try to run it. So we got the response here. Let's move to the next one. Let's move to the next question. The question is we have to write a query to find the first name, last name, and birth date of patients who has height greater than 160 and weight greater than 70. It's a very straightforward problem statement. So what we have to do is we have to select the first name, last name of the last name, and birth date of the patient. Okay, from patient's table. Condition is where there is height and weight column. Height should be greater than height should be greater than 160, and weight should be greater than 70. That's it. Let's run it. So we got the solution. This is a very straightforward one. We just have to use this greater than symbol and compare the value. Let's move to the next question. So the question is we have to write a query to find the list of patients whose first name, last name, allergies we have to list down, where allergies are not null and are from the cities of Hamilton. So the filtering criteria is allergies are not null and they're from city of Hamilton. So let's see how to do it. So we need first name and we have to print last name and we have to print allergies as well from patient's table. So in where one of the clauses allergies is not null and another thing is city should be equal to Hamilton. So I'll just copy from this. Let's run it. That's it. So here there's no difficulty. It's just a straightforward is not null to check the not null criteria and here we are checking a city. Let us move on to next question. So in this difficulty, all the questions are done, is what it is saying. So let's change the difficulty to medium and see the next question. So we have to show the unique birth years from patients and we have to order by ascending order. You can see all these birth years are ordered in ascending order and they are unique in nature. So what we have to do is we have to print the birth years of the patients and in that also it should be unique. So we should filter the duplicates and we should order them in ascending order, which is straightforward one. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print the birth year. Okay. So we have birth date. So let me just take out this. Select. We know the birth date, but we have to get the year. So there is a function called year. I have already explained. So take the birth date. So this will give me year of the birth date. Okay, it will extract the year from the birth date. What we want extra is we need distinct or unique ones. So we have to use distinct here. This will help me to filter out the duplicates. From which table? From patient's table. And what is the criteria? So there is no any filtering logic. So we have to order by what? Order by this birth year in ascending. So here it's birth year. Here also it's birth year in ascending order. You don't need to mention ascending explicitly because that is a default ordering. So let's run it. It's working fine. So we found the um, birth year of the patients. So in that we filtered the duplicate ones and we are printing. I hope you got it. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, so we have to show the unique first names from the patient's table, which only occurs once in the list. Okay. So if two and more people are having John in the first name column, then don't include their name in the output. If only one person is named Leo, then include them in the output. So this is an interesting one. What they are saying is, so we should show the unique name of the first names, unique names. So if two and more people are having John means it's not unique. We don't need to include that in the output. So we have to include only those names which are coming only once. I hope the question is clear. So we know the distinct, which will filter the duplicates. But here, what we are expecting is we are expecting the string which is appearing only once. So let's see how to do it. So let's see how to solve this problem. So we have to basically find the unique first names. Means it is appearing only once. So the first we have to print the first name. So that is clear. From patients table, that's also clear. Now we have to write the criteria, how to do it. So it should appear only once. So if there are two people with same name, we should not print it. So in that case, what we have to do is let's first group by first name. So this will group all the similar first names. Okay. Now what we can do is we can have a having clause. I already told you having is to filter the result of the group by. Having count of first name is equals to 1. So what I'm doing is here I'm grouping all the first names and here I'm checking if the count of the first name is equals to 1, then only print it. So just for the information, what I'm doing here is let's take a few names like John, maybe it is Abby, and it can be Akira, so it can be Aldo, etc. So again, there can be some more Johns, Abby, etc. So what I'm doing is I'm grouping based on the first name. So all the first names with same value, right? That we are grouping. For example, there's John and John, we are grouping. There's Abby and Abby, we are grouping. Akira and Aldo is also we are grouping. After that, what we are doing is we are applying count on top of it. So what will happen is, so what is the count of John here? Count of John. Count of John is 2. Same thing with count of Abby is also 2. Akira is 1. Count of Akira is 1. So we have to print those patients whose first name is appearing only once. The count is 1. So that's the logic. Let's try to run it. It's working fine. So even the suggested approach is also same. So having, as I already told you, it is used to apply the filtering criteria on top of the group by. So I'll just show you having in SQL. Just go and search like this. So here, right, you can see having is used to filter the groups of records created by the group by. Okay. So based on the conditions involving in aggregate functions, like it will, along with having, you have to use count, sum, average, some criteria to filter. Because group by it's grouping the similar entries, so it's kind of an aggregation we are doing. So in order to filter that, you should use some aggregate operations. So you can see here we are grouping product ID, and here sum of the quantity if it is greater than 100, for example, or count of the country if it is greater than 1. So this is how we are basically filtering the required details. So this is how we are applying the filter logic on top of the group by. I hope it's very clear to you. So there is one more variant. So here also you can see we are selecting the first name. So here what we are doing is that count check we are doing. So we are basically checking the first name and it's counted the first name, and we are seeing if the occurrence is 1. So here occurrence is nothing but the count of first name. This inner query they have written from, and from they have written an inner query where first name and the second column is basically count of first name as occurrence from patients and group by first name they are doing. I hope it's very clear to you. So this is another way to do it, but easy way is the first one, the one which I have written also. So this is the easy one to do it. Let's move on to next question. Let's see the next question. Next question is we have to show the patient ID and first name from patients table where their first name starts and ends with yes, and it should have at least 6 character long. So this is an interesting one. We have to print the patient ID and the first name from the patient's table. First name should start and ends with S. That is fine. You're already aware how to do it. And it should contain 6 character long. So let's see how to do it. So let's try to write the query for the same. So what we want is from select, we want patient ID and we want first name. So these two we want. From which table? From patient's table. So in where class, the expectation is first name should start and end with S. So let's try to solve that first. Okay. First name should start and end with S. So we have to use like keyword here. And so first should be S and the last character should also be S. In between, how many characters should be there? At least 6 characters should be there. So these two are 4 character. So at least six. One, two, three, 4. So there can be more than 6, but minimum should be 6. So I'm using percentage here. So what this percentage does is after this 4 character, 1, 2, 3, 4, it can have 0 or more characters. So first one is S, last one is S. So middle one is 4. So there are already 6. So percentage can basically accommodate any other characters if it has more than 6 characters. Okay. So the underscore will basically handle 1 character. So percentage can handle 0 or more characters. So let's try to run it. So it is working fine. So this is one way to do it. So what is the other way? Is there any better way or any other way we can do it? Yes, there is another way. Because here the problem is, let's say if the first name minimum should be 10 characters, right? You can't keep on adding underscore. Is there any better way? If you ask, yes. So just remove this. This is not required in the second approach. So what we can do is first name should start and end with S. So first and last in between any number of characters. So to handle the number of character part, right, we can use a function called length, len. So here you can specify the first name and you can say it should be minimum 6 character. So length is used to get the length of the first name and you are saying minimum 6 characters. Let's try to run it. So it's already we have run, so it is not running, but this is another solution to achieve the same. Let's see the suggested solutions. First solution is same as what we have written already. Next one, what they are saying is, yeah, this is also the second solution which I have written. Third one, okay, third one, what they're doing is they're splitting the first name, first letter, and first name, last letter checks in these two clauses, and they're having a length check. So this is almost same as this. Okay, so I hope you got it. So, so percentage will match any number of characters, underscore will match 1 character. But that way, you can basically in that way, you can filter the string based on the length. And another way is you can use length, len also. So this is another better approach to do the same operation. Let's see the next question. So the question is we have to show the patient ID, first name, last name from the patient's table whose diagnosis is dementia. And primary diagnosis is stored in the admissions table. Okay. So we have to print the patient ID, first name, last name from the patients whose diagnosis is dementia. So admission table has the details about the diagnosis. So we have to join both the tables and print these details. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print the patient ID, first name and last name, okay, from patient's table who are basically diagnosed with dementia. So for that we have to join the tables. So let's do that. Maybe I'll call it as patients as P here and I'll join this with admissions table, which is A, I'll call it as on what? On which column? So patient's ID is the column which is in admissions as well as in the patient's table as well. So we can do a join on that. So basically P dot patient's ID. So here we will say it as A dot patient's ID And what is the criteria? So who's diagnosed with dementia? So where diagnosis column, that is is equals to dementia. I'm just mentioning that. I'm just running. So it's saying ambiguous column name patient ID. Do you know why? Because I have used patients and admissions table. Both of them are having patients ID. So we have to clearly call out from which table it needs to be printed. So here we should clearly call out it is from this table so that it will not have any confusion. Let's try to run it. We got the answer. So you understood why we need alias and why we have to specify that in the column name, right? Because the SQL engine will face difficulty to understand from which table you're trying to render the data. Okay, so I hope you got it. This problem statement is pretty straightforward. We are joining both the tables, patients and admissions table in this, and applying the filtering criteria. That's it. A very straightforward SQL query. Let's move on to the next one. So we have to display every patient's first name, and we have to order the list by the length of each name and then by alphabetical. So we have to basically display the every patient's first name, order the list by length of each name, then by alphabetically. Here you can see, right? First, first name based sorting is done. Basically, we are checking the length of the first name. So if they are matching, then we'll go with the alphabetical order. So that is what they are trying to say. Order the list by length of the each name, then by alphabetically. So that's a problem statement. So let's see how to do it. Basically, what we have to do is we have to display every patient's first name and we have to order the result such a way that length of each name we have to consider first. Basically, in ascending order of the length of the each name. If the length is same, we have to go for alphabetical matching. So let me remove this. So we have to select what? We have to select the first name and that is from patients table that we are aware. So now we have to order the response by what? We have to order by length of each name. There is a function called length. Okay. And you can specify the first name here. After that, what? So first is we have to sort by length of the first name. If it is matching, then we have to sort by first name in ascending order. So alphabetically. So let's try to run it. So we got the response. So here what we have done is we are sorting based on the length of the first name. That was the first requirement. Second one is based on the first name. If there is a match in the length, we are going with the first name comparison. I hope you got it. So instead of length, you can use len also, which I've already shown in another example. Both are same. So let's move on to next question. So we have to show the total amount of male patients and total amount of female patients in the patients table. Display the results in the same row. You can see male count, female count. So we have to show it in the same row. So we have to count the male and female and print it in the same row. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print the total number of male patients and total number of female patients in the patients table. So in the patients table, we have this total number of male patients and female patients based on the gender. We can do that filtering and we have to display the results in two separate columns like this. So how to do it? So select. So I already explained about a concept called case. So in case, so by using case, right, you can have if else condition. So what I'm trying to say is I can have one case here, case when gender equals to, if it is a male, that is M, what I had to do is I had to basically then I had to return 1, else I'll return 0 and I'll end this case. Okay, this is first case. Second one is when gender is equals to female, that is F, then I'll return 1, else I'll return 0 and I'll end here. Okay, so this guy, what it does is if the first column values, so I'm using these two, like this one, as two different columns using case condition. So if it is M, I'm returning 1, otherwise I'm 0. This is for male count column, and second is for female count column. Okay, here what I'll do is I'll add some, here also I'll add some. So what this does is for every row, this case will be executed. This will return 1 for male and 0 for female. Same thing here. If it is a female, this will return 1, this will be 0. So we will basically sum all the results, and I will call it as male count. I'll explain with an example also. Here I'll call it as female count. Let's add a comma in between, and we have to mention from which table. This is from patients table. That's it. Let's run this. So the solution is matching. So in this suggested solution, right, here it is a little different when they are suggesting. So they are suggesting let's have two queries, one to count the male and another to count the female, give two column names, and they are having one outer select for that actually. So this is how they are achieving. This is one way. Like they are having two count star queries to print the male and female counts. The second approach is using some gender equals to male and gender equals to female. This is another way. So I went with a case way, but here it is much more simpler. You can use direct gender equals to female and gender equals to male and have a count. So using sum. Okay, this is another way. Third approach is what I've written. So using case also, you can do it. So if you ask me, this is also easier one, second approach. First one was also easier using count star. So all the three are valid approaches. So you can practice all of them so that you will have better understanding. So let's move on to the next question. So the question is we have to print the first name, last name, and allergies from the patient's table. And allergies is either penicillin or morphine, and show the results ordered ascending by allergies, then by first name, then by last name. So we have to basically print first and last name, allergies from the patient's name, and allergies should be either penicillin or morphine. And in the ordering, we have to follow either ordered by allergies or first name or last name. So this is the problem statement. Let's see how to do it. So we have to print what? We have to print the first name, and we have to print the last name, and we have to print the allergies from patient's table. Okay, this is the first thing. On what basis? What is the filtering criteria? So filtering criteria is the allergies should be either penicillin or morphine. So where allergies is equals to penicillin or allergies is equals to morphine. So these two are the things. So these two should be there. And order by what? Order by first, we have to go with allergies in ascending order. Allergies. So if the allergies are matching, then we have to go with first name. If first name is also matching, then go with last name. So this is the order of execution. Let's run it. The solution is matching. So in the suggested solution, they are using in clause. So they are saying allergies in this one. So this is another way to solve the same problem. Or the one which I've written equals to with or clause. So both the solutions are valid. Even you can use in also. So with this, you'll understand, as I said, multiple variations. So that's why I recommend you guys to watch my videos till the end so that you can get the complete benefit out of it and you can solve any interview problems with ease. Let's move on to the next question. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is we have to show the patient ID diagnosis from admissions table and we have to find the patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. So this is an interesting question. What we have to do is we have to print the patient ID diagnosis from the admissions table. We have to find the patients admitted multiple times for same diagnosis. So they got the same disease multiple times. We have to print those patients. Let's see how to do it. You can see here, right? So this patient ID 137 is admitted for pregnancy multiple times. Same thing with 320 pneumonia multiple times. So we have to find such patient IDs and we have to print that. Let's see how to do it. So we have to find the patient IDs and diagnosis from the admissions table where patients admitted for same diagnosis or same disease multiple times. So this is an interesting one. So basically, in simple words, pregnancy multiple times, pneumonia multiple times as per this result, which means count of that should be greater than 1. So how to do it? So let's try to write it. Select patient ID and diagnosis from the admissions table. This is clear. And we have to group by diagnosis and patient ID. As we know, right? We have to find those patients who have basically admitted for same diagnosis multiple times. So now we are grouping. We already discussed about the having clause. Having is to filter the group by response. Having what? Having the count star. Count of these is greater than 1. So this should be greater than 1. So let's say patient ID is 123 and the patient is diagnosed with pregnancy. Again, maybe after some time they went again, they got a pregnancy again. So same thing with, for example, pneumonia 320. So pneumonia. What we are doing, we are grouping patient ID, first one, and the diagnosis together. So once we group this, we when we run the count star, what will happen is this 123 and pregnancy combination, right? Count star of this is 2. So count of 123 and this pregnancy, it is equals to 2. So what is our check? If it is greater than 1. So if it is greater than 1, we have to print that. That makes sense. The requirement is we have to find the patients who are diagnosed with same symptoms multiple times and they got admitted. So this is how you can do it. Let me run this code. Solution is working fine. I hope you got the solution. So we are grouping based on the patient ID and we are running the count query on top of it so that we can get the result correctly. Let's move on to the next question. So what we have to do is we have to show the city and total number of patients in the city. Okay. So we have to order from most to least patients, then by city name. So we have to go with the highest number of patients. If it is matching, then we have to sort based on the city. I hope the question is clear to you. Basically, if you go to patients table, this has city. Okay. So we have to show the city and total number of patients in the city. We have to order from most to least patient, then by city name. So what I suggest is take a pause, think through it, write a query in the comment section, then compare with the query which I'm suggesting. So this way you can cross-check your thoughts, cross-check your knowledge, and you can practice also. Take a pause and try to do it. I'll wait. So let's see how to do it. What we have to print is city and the total number of patients in the city. So first is we have to print the city. Next is we have to print the total number of patients. Control star as num patients we can say from patients table. What is the next clause we have to write? We have to group by what? We have to show the city. City wise we have to get the count. We have to group by city. So I already told you in case of group by you have to mention all the non-aggregate columns. So city is non-aggregated. So here we are using aggregate function. This is not required. So group by city and we have to order by what? Order by most to least patients. So that is num patients. We have to do it in descending. If it is a match, then we have to go with city name in ascending order. So So this is how you can write it. Let's try to run it. So you can see we are going with city and the count of patients in every city. So we are grouping based on the city and we are counting how many such rows are there. After that, we are basically sorting based on the count. If it is matched, we are going with a city based sorting. I hope it's very clear to you. Wherever is really required, I'll go and deep dive and explain. Where it is a straightforward, I'll not go much on it. So let's move on to the next question. So we have to show the first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. So we have to show the first name, last name, role of every person that is either doctor or a patient. So here you can see first name and last name. Role is either patient or it can be a doctor. Maybe there can be some doctors here you can see. So first name, last name, role of every person we have to write. So patients table has patient related details. Doctor table has doctor related details. So we have to basically combine these and generate the output. So when we want to combine two tables horizontally, like we are taking the patient's records and the doctor record and we are kind of creating a horizontal thing. Join is a vertical thing. When there is a match, it will add the columns. But union is to merge horizontally. They'll take from two tables and it will be merged. So if there is a duplicate things, it will be removed and final list is generated. So here what we have to do is union we have already studied. So select first name is required and we need last name. We need last name from and we need one more column that is either that role is a patient or doctor. So I'll go with patient first. So as the column name is role. Next is we had to mention from which table, from patients table. So let's do union. So there is a union all function also, which I already told. Union all will merge both the tables. It will not remove any duplicates. Union will remove the duplicates. That is the main difference. So that's why union is a bit slower. So first name, last name. This should be in the same order of the first table. So number of columns and order should match. So the third one is doctor. It's a role from the table is doctors. Okay. So this should work. Let's try to run it. So there was an error we got because the expectation is to retain the duplicates as well. So once you add union, all it will work fine. So this is the correct answer we already got. With union, it was removing the duplicate. I think expectation was to retain the duplicates also. So yeah, that is the required query. So union to remove the duplicates, union all to retain the duplicates. And order and order of the columns should be same here and number of columns like here it is 3, here also it should be 3 only. So this is the prerequisite. And union is to merge horizontally, like take 3 rows from two tables and merge. So it can become 6 rows if it is unique, or else it will retain only the unique rows. So let's move on to the next question. So we have to show all the allergies ordered by popularity and remove the null values from the query. So we have to basically show all the allergies ordered by popularity and remove the null values from the queries. So what we have to do is we have to basically count the allergies. We have to first group by allergies and we have to count the number of allergies and we have to sort by highest to lowest. That's what I'm seeing here. So let's see how to do it. So basically what we have to do is we have to show all the allergies ordered by popularity. So first is we have to show allergies and we have to count the allergies. So we have to call it as diagnosis, total total diagnosis. That's the column name. Okay. And this is from patients table. That's clear. So what is the where clause? Where clause is we should not show the allergies whose value is null. So allergies is not null should be present. And as I already told, we have to show all the allergies. Like we have to group by allergies. So we have to group by allergies. Once we group, now we have to order by the highest count to lowest count. So order by, we have to go with total diagnosis in a descending order. So here we are filtering not null. That's what is asked. Remove all the null values. So we are retaining only not nulls. Grouping group by allergies we are doing because we have to count the number of times that allergy is diagnosed and we have to order by the total number. So let's try to run this. It's working fine. So even the suggested query is also same as what we have written. I hope this is very clear to you. So group by, order by, and this aggregate operation should be very clear to you. You should be very fluent with these things. So that's why I recommend practice more problems so that you can easily understand for which type of query, what kind of approach you can take. So it comes with the practice, and along with practice, try to identify the different patterns so that you can practice efficiently. So let's move on to next question. Next question is we have to show all the patients, first name, last name, birth date, who are born in the 1970s decade. And we have to sort the list starting from the earliest birthday. So we have to show all the patients, first name, last date, birth date, and who were born in the 1970s. Okay. And sort the list starting from the earliest birthday. I hope you got it. Let's see how to solve this problem. So we have to get the first name, last name, birth date, who were born in the 1970s decade. So what is this 1970s decade means? So it should mean um, it should include 1970 to 1979 December 31st. So 1970 Jan 1st to 1979 December 31st. So this is the range we are looking. If it is below 1970 or above 1979 means it is a new decade altogether. So we should find the patients whose birth date lies in this range and print them. Let's try to write it. So basically select the first name and the last name and the birth date who were born in 1970s. So maybe first write this and where birthday is between. This is one way, or you can use a greater than or less than symbol as well. So it should be 1970 1st January, first date to what is the last cutoff date? 1979 December, that is 12, and 31st is the date. So in this range, I'm looking. Okay, this will help me to filter it. Sort the list starting from the ease. Sort the list starting from the earliest birthday. So what does it mean? So we have to order by birthday in ascending order. We don't need to mention ascending explicitly, as we know it is default. Let's run it. So there is an error near the birth date. So here it should be order by, that was a mistake. So this is the query. I hope you understood. So birth date should be in this range and order by birth date. Sometimes we do make silly mistakes. Um, this is one way. Another way you can see we can go with year as well. Year of birthday, and we can have the range. Year is to extract the year from the date, and we can have between clause on top of it. Another way is to use this date range greater than or equals to or less than. That's another way. Third one is to go with the like clause. This is another interesting way. So birth date is like 1970. So 197 and followed by all the numbers. So this is another interesting way to do it. So it's better to know multiple ways so that you can apply this knowledge for other problems as well. So I hope you got it. So one way is using like, another way is using the operator greater than or less than, and third one is using the between, and you can use year also. So these are all the different ways to get the solution. Let's move to the next one. So we want to display each patient's full name in a single column and the last name in all uppercase letter must appear first, then first name in the lowercase letter. So we have to basically list the patient's full name like this. Okay. And the requirement is last name should come first in uppercase, then followed by first name in lowercase. Okay. And separate the last name and first name using comma and order the list by first name in descending order. Okay. So we have to basically print the patient's full name in single column. So we have to use the concat operation and last name in all the uppercase letters means um, so we have to basically convert last name to uppercase, first name to lowercase, and concatenate. And we have to basically sort by first name descending order. I hope you got it. The question is very straightforward. Break the question into smaller chunks and understand it, then you can tackle it easily. So let's try to do it. So let's try to write the query. Okay. So what we want is the concatenation of the first name and last name. And in that last name should come first. Last name should be converted uppercase. First name should be converted to lowercase. Okay. So concatenation, right? There are different methods in different database. So in MySQL, we can use concat. So I'll use concat here. So we have to specify the columns to which we have to apply the concatenation. So last name is the first one, and we have to concatenate based on comma. So that is a delimiter, and the first name we have to get next. So we have to call them as what is the name? New name format is the column name, and this is from which table? This is from patients. And what is the order by clause? Order by first name in descending order. So you should be very fast. You should be in your fingertips after solving some questions, right? You should be able to clearly get all these things quickly. Now we have to convert this into uppercase. So there is a function called upper by using which you can convert uppercase, and there is a function called lower to convert it into lowercase. So concat will concat the response of the uppercase and the lowercase with the delimiter. And we are ordering the response based on first name in descending order. So let's try to run and see. It's working perfectly fine. And even the suggested approach is also same only. Concat is used. What is the next solution? So here they are using different concatenation method. So as I already told, DB to DB it will vary. So some will support concat, some will support these another operator. So you should know those specific things when you are kind of coding for a specific database. Let's move on to the next question. So we have to show the province IDs, sum of height, okay, these two requirement, where the total sum of the patient's height is greater than or equals to 7,000. So we have to show the province IDs and sum of the height for those whose patient's height is greater than or equals to 7,000. It's a very straightforward one. So province ID, sum of the height, where total sum is greater than the patient's height. Total sum of the patient's height is greater than 7,000. So let's try to do it. We have to find the province ID is sum of the height and it should be greater than 7,000. So now it should be in your fingertips. I'm looking answer from you. Please write the answer in the comment section. I'll recheck it. And this is for your preparation as well. Okay. So, so what we have to do is we have to select the province ID. That's straightforward. What is the next one? Sum of the height. We know there is a sum method. Apply this aggregate on what? On height of the patient. So this is clear. What should be the name of this column? If you don't name it, it will not look good. So it's always better to give a name when we are doing this kind of an aggregation operation. So from which table? It's clear from patients. Now, what we have to do? We have to basically group based on the province ID. So take all the provinces. So take all the same provinces, group together and find the sum of the height of the patients along with that. So here we are doing group by province ID. And what is the filtering criteria or having clause here? Height should be greater than 7,000. So basically the sum of the height, what we have written, right? So sum of the height should be greater than or equals to 7,000. That's it. So let's try to run it. So we have to find the province IDs. We have to group based on that, and we have to sum the heights, and we have to have the filtering criteria on top of it. I hope this is very clear to you. This is a very straightforward one, and I don't think it requires much of an explanation. Let's move on to the next question. So we have to find the difference between the largest weight and the smallest weight for the patients with the last name Maroney. So we have to find the difference between largest weight and the smallest weight for patients and whose last name is Maroney. Take all the entries whose last name is Maroney, find the maximum height, minimum height of it, take a difference, and produce the result. That's it. So try to do it. I'll give you a few seconds. So what we have to do, we have to basically find the max weight that I already told you, and we have to find the minimum weight that also I had already told you. What is the column name? It's called as weight delta. From which table? From patients. Okay. What is the criteria? The last name should be Maroney. So that's it. So let's run it. That's it. Take the difference between max weight and minimum weight from the patient's table whose last name is Maroney. And that's it. Let's move on to the next question. The next question. So the question is we have to show all the days of the month, that is 1 to 31st, and how many admission dates occurred on that day, and sort by day with most admissions to the least admissions. So we have to show all the days of the month, 1 to 31st, and how many admission dates occurred on that day. So here what they are saying is, if you see the admission dates, right? So there can be admissions on different date. Like for example, December, maybe I'll just say December 2025, and maybe another one is 01/11/2025. So we don't need to consider the month, we have to group based on the date. So there are two admissions happen on this. So similar way we have to do for all the days, and we have to sort by the most number of admissions to the least number of admissions in a descending order of the count. So this is the problem statement. So let's see how to do it. So let's try to solve this problem. So basically what we have to, so let's try to write query for this problem statement. What we have to do is we have to show the days of the month. Okay, for that what we have to do is select. So there is a function called day. Day will help to extract the date. So day will help to extract the day information from the date. Okay. So for example, 11/12/2025. So to extract 11, I can use day. So here on what? Admissions date. So I have to extract the date from this. I can call it as day number. That's the column name. And the second one is we are expecting the count of it. So count of what? Admission date. So here I have to go based on the date. How many such admissions happened on that date? Okay. So number of, so this is the part, and we have to say from which table, that is page, that is admissions table, and what is the condition. So here I have to group by what? Group by admission date, that is day. Day is the one I'm interested, so I have to go with this day number. I can either write day of this or directly use this. And order by what? Order by I have to do sort result. Basically, number of admissions. Number of admissions in descending order. So this is my query. Okay, let's try to run it. So you can see what we have done is we have basically extracted the day information from this. So that's what is getting printed here. And we are counting all the information about the admission which happened on that date. Okay, so here what we are doing is, for example, 11/12/2025. So on the same day there can be multiple entries. So this is P1. In similar way, there can be multiple people might have gone on the same day also. So we are doing a count of this. So here 11 equals to 3. Next, let's say just take this information for some other month. So it's maybe November. So here again the count will become 11/6. So 3 from this, 3 from this. So it will be sum together and it will become 6. We are going with a count. So count is 6. So this is how we are basically getting the information about number of admissions for every day, based on the day number, and we are sorting based on the number of admissions. So I hope it's very clear to you. So the suggested approach is also doing the same thing. We are taking this and we are doing count star as number of days. So ideally we don't need to specify this. We can directly go with count star because we are selecting the admission rate, and on that column only we are doing count star also. So we can go with this approach also. So both will work fine. Let us move on to the next question. So we have to show all the columns from patient ID 542's most recent admission date. So here we are interested in admission. What we are interested is we have to show all the columns for a patient number 542 based on its recent admission date. So we have admission date, in that we should go for the recent one and get the information about other columns. So let's see how to do it. So let's try to solve this. So similar problem we have already solved. What we are here interested is, we are interested in the recent admission date. So we can do order by based on that patient's ID. All the admissions we can do order by and take the most recent one. So basically what we can do is select star. We need all the columns from admissions table, and where what is a class? So patient ID is equals to we have to specify the patient ID, that is 542 in this case, and we have to order by, this is the interesting thing. So we have to order by what? We have to order by admissions date in the descending order. So here we are filtering all the records specific to 542, all the admissions specific to 542. After that, we are doing a order by admission date descending order. So this will basically give like this. Okay, so let's say if it is P1 and admission date is 11 December 2025 and some other records. Okay, so same thing like again P1, maybe it's in the last month 11/11/2025, some records. So this can be from some other month like this way. What we are doing is we are ordering based on the admission date in descending order. So maybe let's take this. This is the right example. So now what will happen is once you execute order by, so this will come top. Okay, the next one will be the next date will be the next admission date, which is lesser than the recent admission date. So this is how we are doing, and we had to extract this first column. So for that, what we can do is we can go with limit and we can say 1. So this may not be same for all the database. This will work for MySQL. Maybe for other database, you have to use a different strategy. Maybe row number or other strategies you have to use. Let's run this. So we have got the response here. Okay. So here there is another way as suggested here. Select star from admission patient ID, group by patient ID they are doing. This is another way. We can group by patient ID, and the filtering criteria is admission date should be maximum admission date. That will give the recent one. So this is another way to do it. So we can go with group by patient ID, and we can use having clause to filter those grouped results. So the next approach is we can go for select star from admissions where patient ID is 542 and admission date is equals to what? So that we are extracting from the inner query. So what we are doing here is what is the max admission date of the 542 that we are extracting from this inner query. So this will give the recent admission date that we are comparing with the outer query admission date, and we are getting the records for the same. So the next one is, so this is same as what I have written. Fourth option is having patient ID. So in the fourth option, they are grouping based on the patient ID. Having clause is bit tricky here. So here they are filtering based on the user ID, and they are saying it should be the maximum admission date also. So we'll group all the patient IDs, and in that we are filtering 542. On top of that, what we are doing is another criteria is we are taking the maximum admission date from that record. So this is another way to achieve the same thing. So there are 4 ways we learned. So this one is what I have written. This is another way, and this is an inner query one where we'll get the maximum date from the inner query that will compare with the outer query. And this is having clause. We are extracting the maximum out of it, and we are using where to basically filter the patient IDs with 542. This is another way to do it. Let's see the next question. So basically, we have to show the patient ID, attending doctor ID, and diagnosis for admissions that match one of the criteria. So first criteria is patient ID is an odd number and attending doctor is either 1, 5, and 90. Okay. The second criteria is attending doctor ID contains 2 and length of the patient ID is 3 characters. So there are 2 criteria. So we have to show all the patient IDs and attendant doctor ID and diagnosis information from admissions with following criteria. Either patient ID is an odd number or attending doctor ID is in this. So this is one criteria, or attending doctor ID contains two and length of the patient ID is 3 character. So I hope you understood the question clearly. So let's see how to do it. You can see the response also. You have to print patient ID, attending doctor ID and diagnosis based on this criteria. So you can see there are patient IDs with odd number, and attending doctor is containing 1, 5 and 19. And second criteria is attending doctor ID contains 2. So attending doctor ID contains 2 and length of the patient ID is 3. This is another criteria. So let's see how to do it. So let's try to see how to write the solution. So we have to basically first print patient ID, that is the first column. Second one is attending doctor ID, and third one is diagnosis. From admissions table, this is clear. Where is the tricky part? So here first criteria is patient ID mod 2 is not equals to 0, which means it is an odd number. It's not divisible by 2. And second criteria is attending doctor ID in one of these number, that is 1, 5 and 19. So this is the first part of the query. So I'll just have this group together. Or what is the second one? So second one is we have to basically check attending doctor ID contains 2. So attending doctor ID, uh, it contains 2. So 2 can be anywhere. So I'll explain how this will work. So here what we are saying is like percentage to percentage. So this first percentage and last percentage can be any characters or no character also. So this says 2 can be anywhere. It can be starting like this percentage can be nullified also, because this will match 0 or more characters. So same thing here also, there cannot be any character. So basically it will match to anywhere. Okay, that's the first criteria. Second criteria is length of the patient ID. So there is a length method and patient ID. Length of the patient ID should be 3 characters. So this is the another criteria. So let's try to run it. We have got the incorrect result. That's what it is saying. Let's see why it is the case. So do you know what is the issue? So the issue is I added dot by mistake. I think that is the issue. Let's try to run it. Yes, that is the issue. Sometimes we do make typos. So because of this, what was happening was 1 and it was considering as 5.19 as one number, but it should be 1519. So that's why comma was required here. So this is working fine. Solution which is suggested is also same as what we have written. Yes, it is exactly same. So here this guy will check whether the patient ID is an odd number. Okay. So that is a check it is making. Second thing is here attending doctor ID is in this range. This is the first criteria. You can use mod function also. That also works same way. And second one is here attending doctor ID contains 2 anywhere. It can be starting, end or middle. So this will match that because this percentage can match 0 or more characters. So length of the patient ID is 3. So this will take care of that, the last criteria. I hope you got it. So what I would say is take up this question again, try to solve by yourself also. Because sometimes what will happen is when you see the lectures, right, you think you understood, but when you try to practice, you will not be able to succeed. So that's why I strongly recommend please go and practice. So if you're watching my channel for the first time, right, what I would strongly recommend is you can go to respective playlist for your interview preparation. One of the key playlist is this backend interview preparation where I have added all the important playlists. That is, it contains Java-based question, Java 8-based question, Spring Boot-based question, and rest of the database microservice I'm going to add to this list. So you can find all the important playlist here only at one place. So this will be helpful for your interview preparation. And here I'm having different playlists to cover AI related stuff here. And so there are other playlists also, but what I would say is this is a key playlist for your interview preparation. So please go and check it out. Go through all the videos. It will help you to crack any interviews. Okay. Let us move on to next question. So next question is we have to find the first name, last name, and total number of admissions attended for each doctor. So we have to show the first name, last name, total number of admissions attended for each doctor. So it's here the grouping is based on the doctor ID and every admissions has been attended by the doctor. So here you can see the first name and Walls and admission ID is 214. So here we have to print the first name, last name, total number of admissions attended for each doctor. So here we have to use doctor's table as well. We have to print the first name, last name, and we have to find all the admissions belongs to every doctor ID. So here if you see, right, let's try to see the schema here. Doctor can attend the multiple admissions. So this attending doctor ID is part of the admissions as a foreign key. So one to many relationship is there. So we have to combine these two tables and we have to find the count of all the admissions which is attended by each doctor. So let's see how to do the same. So I'll go with select. What we want is first name and last name, and we need total number of admissions attended by each doctor. So we have to go with count. Uh, just before adding the details, I'll go to from and I'll come back because we have to finalize the alias name as well because we are combining two different tables. So doctors table, I'll call it as D, and this one I have to basically do a join with admissions table on what column. So I'll call it as A on what column. That is D dot doctor ID is equals to A dot attending doctor ID. So this is my joining criteria. So I have to do the grouping as well, okay? Because we are doing count of the admissions. So we have to do group by what? We have to group by D dot doctor ID and D dot first name, and we have to do D dot last name as well. So this one you can ignore, this may not be required. Let's go with first name and last name because these first name and last name is part of my select criteria also. This should be part of the group by criteria. And in the count, what we have to do the count. We can use even the attending doctor ID also. This is also fine. So I'm basically aggregating based on the attending doctor ID. So let's run it. It's working fine. So the solution is we have to print the first name and last name that we are getting from this doctor's table. And we have to find the total number of admissions corresponding to a doctor or attended by a doctor. So basically we have to doctor, group by the first name and last name of a doctor. That is clear. Okay. And we have to connect these two tables. So we are connecting based on the doctor ID. So we'll first select the doctor ID from this and combine, check with the admissions table, and we'll basically sum all the matching admissions corresponding to that doctor. So here, for example, this is my attending doctor ID column. So D1, let's say that is D1 again and D1 again. Here, my let's say the patient ID can be same or different. So let's say they have attended P1 and they have attended P2 and they have attended P3, for example. So what I want is for this doctor, how many number of admissions they have done. So that is, I am grouping based on the first name and last name. That will also provide me the result. And total count is 3. So this is what is required. Because the expectation is we have to print the first name and last name. We don't need doctor ID. So that's why I'm not considering in the group by class. So we are connecting two tables using this doctor ID column. So I hope it's very clear to you. So we are connecting the doctor and admissions table based on this because in the schema also if you see right, doctor ID and admission has this relationship one to many, and we have to group by what? Group by is kind of grouping the same items together so that we can perform any aggregate operations. For example, count I'm doing, counting the attending doctor ID I'm doing. So I hope you got it. If you're not understanding, if you're not following, you can ask me in the chat. I'll try to explain you better. So if you see the suggested solution, this is same as what we have written. So just that they're saying go with star. This will also provide the same result. So this will, I think, avoid less confusions. And we are going with this and join operation. Rest everything is the same. So here they are just going with the attending doctor ID also. In case of join, that is another thing because whatever we are specifying here, we are doing aggregation on that here. Okay. Another approach is you can see here also they are going with the doctor ID and they are going with the count star. So just that they're not using join, instead they are doing where clause only to compare the doctor IDs from two tables, and when there is a match from that they'll get the first name and last name from doctor's table. Count star they are doing based on the doctor ID from the doctor's table only. So this is another way to do it. Let's move to the next question. So for each doctor, we have to display their ID, full name, first and last name, admission date, they attended. So what we have to do is for each doctor, we have to display their ID, we have to display the full name, we have to display the first admission and last admission date they have attended. I hope the question is clear to you. For every doctor, we have to print the first and last admission they have attended along with their ID full name. Let's see how to do it. So what we want is from select, we have to mention the ID of the doctor. So here again, I have to combine doctor and admission. I'll call it as D for doctor. So doctor ID. And next is I have to print the full name of the doctor. That is combination of first name and last name. So I'll use concat in this case. So concat, what I'll do is D dot first name, and I'll introduce space as my delimiter and D dot last name. So I can call it as full name. So that is my second column. And next column is the first admission date. You can use minimum on top of the admission date. I'll call A for admission table, admission date, and what we need. So we have to call it as first admission date, first admission date, and we have to find out the maximum of the admission date as well. A dot admission date. So this will give me the maximum admission date. I'll call it as last admission date. And so from which table? Now I have to again do a join between doctor's table. I'll call it as D, and I have to do the join on admissions table. So I'll call it as A on what? On D dot doctor ID equals to A dot attending doctor ID. So both of these doctors and admission table has this doctor ID common, which I've already shown in the schema previously also. So if you see here, there is a relationship between admissions and doctor. So I've done the join here. Next is what I want. For each doctor, I have to display this. So I have to group based on doctor ID. So I have to group by d dot doctor ID, and I have to group by full name. So this is my second criteria. So here first I've done the concatenation to get the full name. This is to get the minimum or the starting admission date. This is to get the last admission date. I'm using maximum. So this join, because we need doctors and admissions table to get this response. I'm doing group by because to get the minimum and maximum, I'm going with the group by operation. Oh, I think I missed one more comma here. That's the problem. So I think missing comma is one of the common mistake many people do. Even I have also done it here. So you should pay attention to all the commas because these errors will not clearly say where exactly it is happening. So here I'm getting the doctor ID and I'm concatenating to get the full name, and I'm getting the minimum maximum things from this, and I'm doing a group by based on the doctor ID and full name. So I hope it's very clear to you. So suggested approach is also same thing. For concatenation, they are using a different operator. That is the only difference. Rest everything is same as what I've written. So here they are saying we don't need full name. So it's up to us. So you can just go with the doctor ID also, it will work fine. So let's move on to next question. So the question is we have to display the total amount of patients for each province order by descending. So for each province, we have to find out the total number of patients which is coming from each province, and we have to basically order by descending. So we have to count that and we have to order by descending. So very straightforward one. Let's see how to do it. So what we want total number of patients. You can see patient count and province name. So two things we need. First column is a province name. So let's say I'm calling the province table as PR because we have to merge two tables. So I'm going with the alias name. So I'll call it as province name. And second column is related to count of the patients. So I'll go with count. So P is my patients table. I'm going with patients ID. So I'll call it as patient count, and from which table? So one is patients table, you can call it as P, and second one is from province name, which I'll do a join operation. So province name on what column? So P dot province ID is equals to here I'll give a name as PR just to differentiate. So here I'll say PR dot province name. So PR dot province ID I'll use because that is a common column. And we have to do a group by province name, because what they have clearly asked is for every province we have to count the patient. So group by we have to do province name. And we have to do order by, that is another criteria. Order by descending order of the count. So patient count, so that is patient count in descending order we have to do. Let's run it. So there is some error again. I think I missed the. So this is the problem. So here it was mentioned as province names. So it is a minor typo happened. So you can see we are getting the result in descending order as expected. We are getting the province name. We are counting all the patient IDs. We are grouping based on the province name. Corresponding patient IDs we are basically counting for every patient, right? Based on this province ID, we are grouping the records. We are counting it. So that we are showing in the response. So let's say province is P1 and province is, for example, PR1, just for differentiation. P1 is my patient. PR1, P2 is my patient. So what this does is PR1 count will be 2. So this is what it does. So you can have the count star also. This will also give the correct result only. So just remove these guys. Yeah. So this will also give the correct result only. So suggested approach is also same thing. You can see count star patient count from this table. They're doing a join, group by, and order by. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's see the next question. Let's see the next question. The question is for every admission, we have to display the patient's full name and their admission diagnosis and the doctor's full name who diagnosed their problem. So for every admission, you have to display the patient's full name and their admission diagnosis and their doctor's full name who diagnosed their problem. So you can see patient name, the full name, diagnosis, and the doctor name is mentioned here, the full name of the doctor. So this is the problem statement. So what we want is for every admission, okay, we want to know the patient's full name and the doctor who diagnosed it. So we have to connect three tables here. So patient information, we'll get it from patient's table. So we can get the complete name or the full name using first name and last name. We can concatenate. And admission information is from this table. And this will have the information about the attending doctor also. From this, we can get the doctor's detail. Like if you see the schema here clearly, so patient will have multiple admissions and doctor will have the admission relationship. So how to do this? Let's try to write the query. So first thing is we have to concatenate to get the full name that we know already. As I told, this is one way. There are different ways you can concatenate based on the database. So first we have to do the patient one, right? I'm going with P as my alias name for patient because we have to join three different tables and there are some common names in that. So I'll introduce space in between and patient dot last name I had to use. Okay. So I will call it as patient name. That's the suggested name here. Patient underscore name. And next one is I want to know the diagnosis information that will come from admissions table, admission as diagnosis. So let's say the alias for admission is A. I'll call it as A dot diagnosis. So this also I got it. Add the comma. And next what we want is the full name of the doctor. So I'll get the concatenate. I'll use alias as D here. Same first name. We have to use the last name here. Okay. So I'll call it as doctor name. That's my another column. So these three are kind of handled. So now from which tables? So here we have to apply the join operations to connect the different tables. So I need patients table here. I'll call it as P and I have to join with which table? So I have to join the patients table with admissions. Okay. So in admissions, I'll call it as A on which column I have to do it. So P dot, the column name is patient ID equals to A dot patient ID. Okay. So this is handled. What is the third join we have to do? So we have to handle one join between these, and the second join we have to do is between doctors and the admissions table. So I'll call it as D on. So D dot doctor ID is equals to A dot attending doctor ID. So this is how I have to connect. This is the answer. So these joins will solve most of our problems. So once you connect three tables, once you join three tables, it is easy to extract this information. So we are connecting admissions to the doctor using attending doctor and patients to the admission using patient ID. Once you join, so what will happen is it is like a vertical things happen. So all the columns from three tables which are matching this constraint will create a new table altogether. virtually. So from that, we are selecting the required first name, last name, the combination of that, and diagnosis information. Let's run and see how it looks like. So there is a error near the join syntax. So actually here, one of the mistakes I've added comma by mistake. So between select from and other clause, you don't need any comma, but you have to have comma within those sections. So let's run it. We got the response. So this is one of the common mistakes. Many people do it. A small comma. Either people will miss the comma or add the comma in a place where it is not required. So I hope you got it. So this join will create a separate table. So it's like this. Once you do a join, right? There will be a virtual table with patient first name, and there will be virtual table with patient last name, and you are concatenating this. Okay, this will become a full name, and after that there will be a diagnosis related column from A. That will be one column, and one more column will be there with doctor first name and last name. So this is the final structure of the join. Okay, so this is the final structure of the join looks like, and from this we are extracting the required details out of it. I hope it's very clear to you. So I would strongly recommend practice more on the joins, so it will help to clarify all your doubts. You can do the same thing with where clause also. Join is meant to connect the tables. That is a recommended approach also. That is the reason. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. So we have to display the first name, last name, number of duplicate patients based on their first name and last name. Patient with an identical name can be considered as duplicate. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to display the first name, last name, and number of duplicate patients based on that first name and last name. So we have to find how many times this first name and last name combination of the patient occurred in the table. Like for example, here Alexander and Allroyd appear two times. So the same first name and last name, there are two patients are registered. Same thing with here. So we have to find such count and print it. Let's see how to do it. So let's try to see how to solve this problem. Let's try to understand how to solve this problem. So I'll just take out this. Let's go to patient's table. What we want is the first name of the patient. That is clear. And we need the last name of the patient also. Third column we want is the count of such records. You can go with count star. Okay. So to basically to identify the duplicates, right, we have to go with group by. So this thought should come to your mind quickly as soon as you see this problem. So group by will basically group all this same value of the columns together. So that will help to basically identify the duplicates. So here the column name is number of duplicates, and from which table? From patient's table. So here, as I already told, we have to do group by. That's it. So once you group the first name and the last name, so you have to group by first name and last name. Once you group the first name and last name, all the same first name and last name is grouped together. Okay. Once this is done, we should have a filtering criteria that is done by having count star is greater than 1 means find such first name and last name entries which are occurring more than once and just retain only those. So just for the explanation purpose, right? For example, here there is an Alex and there is Alex Hall. Okay. There can be A1 and his name is TRB. Okay. And maybe there is one more time this A1 TRA is coming. So now what we are doing is we are grouping based on the first name and last name. So here Alex and Hall will come together. Even and Tra will come together. Okay, these two will be there. Now we are having a check like count of such entries. So count of this A1 and Tra is equals to 2. And count of Alex and Hall is equals to 1. What we want to filter those who are coming more than once. So this is more than once. So we'll retain this entry. So there can be one more. For example, Alex can be one more time or any number of times. So here the count will become 4. So we are interested anyone which is count as greater than 1. So what we do is in the select we will print A1 contra, and the third column is count star. So we'll do a count star of this. Count star of A1 try is 4. This is how it will be calculated. I hope it's very clear to you. So let's run and see the output. It's working fine. So I hope you got it, how it is working. So it's always good to understand this group by having clauses, order by. So these are all commonly used one in your day-to-day query also. So understand it clearly how it is working. And group by, as you know, whatever the column names we are specifying here, it is part of the select also. Non-aggregated column. So aggregate, this is an aggregated column. This is not required. All the non-aggregated column should be part of the group by. Let's move on to next question. Next question is we have to display the patient's full name. We know using concat we can do it. Height in the units feet rounded to 1 decimal. So height in the units feet and it should be rounded to 1 decimal. Weight in the pounds rounded to 0 decimal. Birth date and gender non-abbreviated. So here if you see the patient name is clear. Height we should do it in feet and with 1 decimal, and weight 0 decimal with pounds, and birth date, gender in a non-abbreviated way, means expanded way, not M and F. They are expecting male and female. Okay. So another thing they are saying is convert cm, that is centimeter to feet, by dividing this. So the height is stored in centimeter. We have to convert it to feet by dividing this, and kg to pound by multiplying this. So this is the formula to calculate the required feet and pound. So I hope the question is clear to you. Let us see how to do it. And what I would say is take a break and try by yourself also to solve the same problem. And if you get the answer, share it in the chat. So that will help to basically practice along with me. This is the best way to practice. Let's see how to solve this. So I'll just remove this. First, what we want is the full name of the patient. Okay, select. We have to use concat, which we already practiced a couple of times. There are different ways to concat. I'm going with this concat operation. So first name I need, and I want to introduce a space in between, and last name I need. Okay, I'll call it as what? Full name. Okay, so this is my first column name. That's what is required. Now we have to represent the height in feet, and I should round it up to 1 decimal. So first they have said height we have to divide by 30.48 to get the feet. Okay, this is clear. Once you do this, next thing is rounding logic should be applied. So rounding is based on what? 1 decimal rounding we have to do. So this is also clear. What is the name of this column? It's called as height in feet. So they are calling it as height, and they are using this. I think maybe we will say it as height in feet. We don't need to replicate the same name. So the next column we want is weight. Same logic. Weight we have to multiply by 2.205 to get the pound. Once you get the pound, you have to round it up to 0 decimal. So I'm just reusing this and I'm calling it as weight in pounds. Okay, so this is my second column. Third column is a birthday, so which is straightforward. I'll just mention birthday. Fourth one is interesting. Here we want gender to be in expanded format. If it is M, I should store it as male. If it is F, I should store it as female. So this is an interesting one. As we already studied, case we can use for this, which is it's an if-else condition basically. It can be used in select, it can be used in all the other clauses as well. So here we are using in select. Case what? If the gender, if the gender is equals to M, then what we have to return? We have to return male. Okay, so we have to return male here. If it is female, the second case, that is, if the gender is equals to F, then I have to return what? Female. Okay, this is clear. So we can have an else condition for the default ones, um, or else we can just close this guy. We can say it is end as, what is the column name we have to use? It is gender type. So here you have to specify the column name and as gender type. This is clear. From which table? From patients table. So I hope you got it. First, we are concatenating to get the first name. This is very straightforward. This is the calculation specified already to convert from centimeter to feet, from kg to pounds. That's what we are doing. We are applying the rounding logic. Birth date as it is we are printing. And to get the gender, we are using this abbreviation logic. So let's try to run and see. So there is an error in the case. Actually, the miss is this one. This was the problem. I miss the comma sometimes, so I do recommend don't miss the comma. So errors will not be fully clear. So yeah, the solution is matching. Even the suggested approach is also same as what we have written. Case is a good uh, use case for this. So one interesting thing they have done is they went with male and female. Their assumption is there will be only two columns, values, M and F. But let's say if there are another thing, you can go with the default value, which I wrote the undisclosed one also, or you can use this kind of strategy. So let's move on to the next question. So here we have to print patient ID, first name, last name from the patient's table who does not have any records in the admission table. So basically patient ID does not exist in the admissions patient ID rows. That's what they are saying. So basically we have to find those patients who are not having any records in the admissions table. I hope the question is very clear to you. So let's try to solve this. This seems a very straightforward question, but it involves a bit of tricky steps. So what we have to do is we have to find the patient IDs which are not in the admission table. I'm going with one approach. There are multiple approaches to solve this problem. So take the patient ID and take the first name, take the last name. From which table? From patients table. So here it is an interesting one. What I do is I look for basically what I do is I'll start comparing the patient ID from the patient's table with the admissions table. Where there is no match, where the patient's ID of the patient table is not in the admissions table, I'll try to get those rows. So what I'll do is patient's ID here I'll write not in, I'll just mention not in, um, select patient ID from admissions. So what I'm saying is this patient ID should not be present in this admissions table. Pick those patient IDs and print it. So not in will help me to get that. So I'll take every patient ID and I'll compare in the inner one whether there is a match. If the patient ID is matching, I'm not printing that. If it is not matching, not present, then only I'll print it. So I hope it's very clear to you. So I'm using this not in strategy to get the solution. So basically I'll run this. So I got the solution. So it's working fine. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking the patient ID and I'm doing a not in with this response. So from the admissions, I'm getting all the patient IDs and I'm just checking whether this patient ID is present in this pool or not. If not, then only print those patient IDs I'm doing. So this is one way to do it. So that's one of the recommended solution also. The other way is you can use left join. So left join you can use with the condition saying admissions patient ID is null. So once you do the join, if admissions patient ID column is null, Then pick those rows from the patients table. First, maybe we'll see how this left join works so that you can understand better. Left join basically combines two tables because that is the operation of a join, and it returns all the records from the left table and only the matching records from the right table into it. Okay. If no matching exists in the right table, null will be added. I hope you got it. So the left join basically combines the rows from the all the records from the left table and only the matching records from the right table. So if there is no match in the right table, the null will be added there. I hope you understood. So here what they are doing is they are taking a left join. So here the left table is, so here you should understand the left join part clearly, okay? So what left join does is, it's called as left join or left outer join. So it will take all the records from the left table, okay? Only the matching records from the right table, okay? If no match is found in the right table, then null value is added. Here, what is left table and what is right table, you should know. Whatever is specified in the from, right, that is the left table. And whatever is added here, this is the right table. So in this use case, if I have to tell, our left table is patients table and right table is admissions table. We are connecting both. So let's say if the admissions table is not having the matching patient ID, then null value will be added there. Okay. We are filtering that. So filter those columns whose patient ID is null. So what I'm saying is here. So let's say this is my patients table. Patient ID is 1. Um, Patient ID is 1, first name is F, and last name is maybe we can call it as L. So we can take another patient ID that is 2. And here the first name is FL and last name is LF. Okay. Okay, let's move on to admissions table. So in admissions table, what we do is, so admission table has a patient ID 1 and some details, okay, which we don't want. And admission table does not have patient ID 2. So when you do this left join, what will happen is the final resultant looks like this. So all the entries from the left table is as it is taken. Okay. From the right table, only matching entries taken. That is the patient ID 1 and the patient ID 1 is matching. So here 1 will come from admission table. But here patient ID will be null because there is no matching entry. So this is p dot patient ID. Okay. So this column is a dot patient ID. So the left outer join takes all the records from the left table, that is this one, and only the matching record from the right table, that is one. If there is no matching, for example, for 2, there is no matching in the admissions table. So for that, it will add null. So what we are doing, we are having a condition where admissions dot patient ID is null. Get this record. So this record means this patient ID is not in the admissions table. So I hope it's clear to you. This is an interesting solution. I picked up the easier one so that I can explain you better. So this is a little tricky one to understand. So in the left outer join, take all the entries from the left table, take only the matching entries from the right table. If there is no matching in the right table, add null value to that. So we are adding null value to that. So p dot patient ID has 1, 2. A dot patient ID has only 1 from this. So when there is no match, we are adding null. Why this null is coming? Because we are joining based on the patient ID only. That's our joining condition. I hope it's very clear to you. Let me run and show you the outcome. So this is already executed. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is we have to display a single row with maximum visits, minimum visits, and average visits, where maximum, minimum, and average number of admissions per day is calculated. So what we have to do is from the admissions table for every date, right, admission date, we have to calculate how many number of admissions happened on that day. Okay. In that, What we have to do is we have to find the maximum number of visits which happened on any day, minimum number of visits happened on any day, average number of visits happened on any day. Average number of visits happened also we have to calculate, and we have to round it up to two decimals for average calculation. So the question is clear to you, I feel. If it is not, I can explain a little bit on it. So let's say the patient ID is 1 and admission date is, for example, 11/12/2025, and some other information. So there is second patient and he also got admitted on this day, 2025. And there is another patient, he was admitted 1 month before. So like that way, there are already a list of entries. What we have to do is we have to find out when, on which day, the maximum number of visits happened. So here, this date has maximum number of visits. So we don't need to mention the date information. We have to calculate the maximum. So here the max is one patient here, one patient here. That is two rows. So max is 2. Okay. And what is min here? Minimum number is this one. So in this day, there is only one patient is admitted, and we have to calculate the average. So we have to sum everything, and we have to calculate the average as well. So here it is 2 plus 1 divided by 2 we have to do, that is 1.5. So that is the expectation of this query. So let's see how to do it. So first thing is we have to basically find the number of visits happened on every day. After that, we can calculate the maximum, minimum, and average visits. So to calculate how many number of visits happened on every day, right? So what we can do is we can go with admission date, okay? And we can have count star here. This will give me how many number of visits happen. So maybe I can say it as daily admissions. So here visit I meant admissions from admissions table. And here we know, right? We have to do group by admission date. So this will give me every day what is the admissions happen. So maybe I'll just run and show you. So here you can see on 6/6/2018 we got 17 admissions. So the next day we got 9. Like this way we have got. So this is clear. Now we want is we have to find the maximum admission happened on any day, minimum admission happened on any day, and average admissions. So three things we have to calculate. So how to do it? So whatever we are getting from this, right? This is like a subquery to me because this will give me admission date and how many number of admissions happened on that day. So what I'll do is I'll write an outer query here. In outer query, I'll calculate the maximum daily admission. This is the column name I'm getting from the innermost query. And what is the name I can call it as? I can call it as max visits. That is the name they are seeing, max visits. And second one we want as minimum visit. So that is what the second column is, min visits. And we have to add comma because that's one thing I'll miss. So third one is we want an average. So as we know, these are all standard aggregate functions. This is not special I'm writing. So daily admissions. So for average, we have to do a rounding because there can be decimal values. So here average, what is a rounding decimals? That is two decimals, you have to round it. What is the name of the column? So I have to call it as average visits. So from what table we have to do? From the inner table, whichever is calculated here. So from this inner query result, I am getting the maximum, minimum, and rounding. Here you can see inner query gave me the date and corresponding count. From this, what I'm running is I'm calculating the maximum, minimum, and I'm doing average. So the inner query will give me this whole table, that is my from. So it's kind of a derived table you can think of. So that's kind of a derived table. On top of that, we are running these outer query functionalities. So let me run it. So there is an error. It is saying because here I have added you. So you can see we have got the maximum visit, minimum visits, and averages. So you understood, right? The innermost query will give me admission date and corresponding counts. The outer query, what it does is it will take this column, calculate the maximum, minimum, and round them. I hope it's fully clear to you. So suggested approach also follows this nested query structures only. So I hope you understood. Let's move on to the next question. So we have to display every patient that has at least one admission, okay, and show their most recent admission along with the patient and doctor's full name. So here the count of admission should be at least one, okay, and we have to print the patient name and the doctor's full name. So what we want is we have to print the patient name, the most recent admission they have done, and doctor's full name. And this patient should have at least one admission. So sometime back we solved another problem where there is no admission, like identify those patients who are not having any admissions. So here what we are expecting is at least there should be one admission. So count star of the admissions is at least one should be there for this patient. So let's see how to solve this problem. Okay, so what we want is patient's full name and the recent admission date and the doctor's full name. Another criteria is patient should have at least one admission, then only we can get the admission date. So we need patient name. It should be a full name. Okay, what we can do is concat we can use. So in concat, we are already aware we can go with first name and we have to specify the delimiter and we have to go for a last name. So that's the first thing. Second one, what we want is admission date we want. So let's say the column, let's say the table name is A dot admission date. So we got the admission date. And third one, what we want is doctor's full name. So that is doctor's full name, P dot, first name, and you may be already knowing like first name and last name is there. We have to combine that. So D dot doctor, last name. So these three is what we have to show. Okay. And here we have to write from class. So what we want here is basically we need the topmost admission. So we need the topmost admission of the user. So we need the recent admission of a patient. Okay. So that is what is important here. To get that, so what we can do is maybe I will write that part here to explain you how this works. So what we want is we have to find the recent admission for every patient. Okay. So one way is so we can use select star. Um, get you select star from table we are already aware, that is admissions. So here what else we want? Let's say you can try to visualize like this. So let's say this is a patient ID table and this is an admission date. Okay. So patient ID is one, patient ID is again one, maybe second time also the patient might have come. So another patient has come, there is three and three. And date wise, what we have to do is we have to sort in such a way that recent should come at the top. So it is like 12, for example, it is 11, 20, 25. And this should be the older date, that is 12, 10, 20, 25. So here I'm saying this 10, 11 represents the month, that is October and November. And this patient also has some date. It can be anything. 2025, and this has come for 11, 10, and 2025. We need this kind of an order. Okay. And we have to get the admission date. One way is we have to use something called the row number here. So I'm going to explain about the row number related concept here. So for the time being, you can consider like this. So for this user, right, I should get one for this and two for this. Means the recent one should get the like lowest row number, and after that one get the next row number. So here also same thing. This guy should get one, and this guy should get one, and the next whatever the date is coming here it should be two. So here one represent the recent one. If I query like from this table, if Rn equals to 1, then I'll get the recent details of all the patients. Yeah, this is what I'm basically looking. So once I get it, right, this will help me to get the recent admission date. So I'm going to construct this kind of a table. Okay. And I'm assigning the row numbers here. So using a concept called row number, and I'm going to filter only those numbers with our row number one. So that will help me to get the latest admission date from this pool. And that I'm going to print here. So I'll just write the query to show you how this can be achieved. So I'm going to write a query for this. I'll use admissions dot star. So this will represent all the columns of the admissions. And I'm going to use row number concept here. Row number I'm using. As I already told you, row number will help me to attach the row number to each rows. So I have to mention over what. Over what. I'll explain a bit about row number in a while. So here what I'll do is order by admission date. I'm doing in descending order. So this will basically order the admission date in descending order. But what we want for every patient we want. For every patient, we have to group and order the date in ascending order. So for that, what we have to do is we have to specify partition by what? Partition on what? On patient ID. So all the related patient IDs we are grouping together, and we are basically ordering the admission date in descending order. Okay. So this is the whole thing. So row number, as I told, this will help me to add the row number to these, and we'll say it is as Rn. This whole thing is a Rn, and this thing is coming from admissions table. So you can have star as well here. So I'll just run this only this portion just to show you the output how it looks like. So let's try to run this. So you can see what we have done is from the admissions table, we are partitioning based on the patient ID. So which means for every patient ID, I am basically having Rn as one. Maybe just for the explanation purpose, I'll just add only those columns which is required here. I'm just interested in admission date. That's it. So let me run this actually. Let me run this guy. So you can see here for patient ID 1, this is the admission date, which is recent because I'm doing order by that. I'm using row number to attach the number to this, the first one. And same thing I'm doing for the second one. I'm attaching row number 2. So for every patient, what I'm doing is I'm basically sorting the admission dates and I'm attaching the row number. So this is giving me row number for every patient ID. Okay. So this is a virtual table is created. Okay. So now, let's say you can ask me why we need this partition by. Let's say if I remove this partition by, what will happen is, I'll just show you the response. So here what will happen is, like here you can see, it is sorting based on the admission date and attaching row number based on the admission date value. So here it is 1, here it is 2, here it is 3. It is nothing specific to a patient. So what we want is for every patient, we have to basically order the admission date in descending order and attach a row number, because row number we need, because row number 1 means the recent admission date that we have to print here. That's one of the ask here in this. Okay. So for that, I'm using this. So when I do this partition by, so without doing a partition by, what is happening is for every patient, I'm getting admission date and some row number. So let's say if this patient has again come, we can't differentiate is it a latest one or not. But with this, right, we are grouping the patient IDs and we are ordering the admission dates and attaching a row number. So if I run it here, right, you can see the latest one got the row number 1. So this is about the query to get the latest admission dates now. Okay. And if I have to, so I'll just brief about this row number. Row number is called as a window function. It is used to assign the unique sequence number to each row within the group of rows. So that group I'm creating here, if I don't specify the group, it will take the whole response as a group and it will add 1, 2, 3, 4, the row number to all the elements. So what I'll do next is I will basically, I mean, I have got all these things from the select. Okay, from class, I will take this table, whatever I've created, because I need the admission date. So I'm going to use this whole thing in my from class. Okay, so we can call it as A. This whole thing is admission, because this whole table, what we got is, I'm calling it as an admission table. So next is we have to join the regular join we have to do. So we have to join this admission table with the patient table. So as we have already done couple of times, so patients table P, on which column we have to do a join on P dot patient ID equals to A dot patient ID. This we have already got here. You can use select star also. I just want two columns, so that's why I'm just extracting these two and the roll number. So I'm joining the patients table with a newly created admission table or the extracted admission table on this condition. Okay, that's my first join. Second, what I have to do is I have to connect doctor and the admission also, because I have to find for every patient in their recent visit who was the doctor also. That is another ask. So what I have to do is I'll take doctors. So this is D on D dot. Doctor will have a doctor name, sorry, doctor ID, and this admission will have a column specific to doctor that is called as attending doctor. So this is the second one I'm doing. What is the next one I want? As I already told you, to get the recent admission rate, right, we have to filter Rn equals to 1. This Rn is coming from this inner table. So this inner table will give me patient ID, admission ID, and Rn. From that, I want the row number whose value is equals to 1. That I'm adding a filter here, where A dot Rn equals to 1. I hope you got it. This first chunk is to display the full name of patient, admission date, and the full name of a doctor. So this innermost query, this is creating this patient ID, admission date, and the row number. Okay. So we are basically partitioning by patient ID. So for every group of patient IDs and corresponding admission date, we are doing a descending order. From that, the first or the recent will get the row number 1. After that, we are connecting this admissions table with the patients table, because we need corresponding patient ID or patient name, and we are connecting this admission to the doctor as well to get the doctor name. So A dot Rn equals to 1, because to get the latest admission from this table. Let me run this. So it has complained about no column. Okay, because here I have not taken that. That is the reason. I'll just add this column. So let me run it. There is an error because I missed a comma here. So I have got the response. So here I should have given the better naming convention, but it's fine. So it should be full name of a doctor, full name of a patient. So otherwise, you can see this is how the default name it will take. It will take the name of this concat only. This does not look good. It's not meaningful. So it's always good to have the correct name. Maybe we can say patient name, and here we can say doctor name, and we have to run it. So now you can see the column names are changed. That's why I always say use alias in case of concat, some aggregation operation if you want to give a name. Otherwise, the default name it will take. So I hope this solution is clear to you. This is a very tricky one. And if you see the suggested approach, they are suggesting a little different one. So they are doing join, and what they are doing is they are taking the admission date equals to max admission date from this and this one. So I wanted to teach you about the row number. That's why I went with this example or this way. Other way is in the query, what we can do is for every patient, right? We should basically get the latest admission date, that is max from that. That we can compare with the outer query and we can display it. So here what they are doing is, so for every patient, what we have to do is we have to check the latest admission date, the max admission date from this admissions table, the innermost one, and that we will compare with the outermost admission date check. So if you want, I can explain briefly because this is also an interesting and easy solution. So what they are doing is the first three rows is to display the select details. So this is another way to do a concat. You can use this or symbol and you can do a concatenation. This is related to that. And these three things are used to connect the tables, patients to admission and admissions to doctor. That's what we are also doing. And they are having a where clause. In where clause, what they are doing is there is an admission table here, a dot admission date, which is equals to what they are doing in the innermost query is from the admissions table, they are taking every patient that they are comparing with outermost patient ID. If it is a match, then they are taking the maximum admission date from that. Okay, that they are comparing with this date. So that's how basically they are getting the response. I hope you got it. I'll make this query a little simpler just for you, just to make you to understand. So it's like this, okay? Like max admission date from this, and we can group by, we can have this, okay? So this is another way to visualize group by patient ID. So if I run this guy, right? So for every patient, we will get the latest one. Okay. So what this query is doing is taking the patient ID, they're comparing with the admissions table patient ID. So if there is a match, they are calculating the maximum admission date from the admissions table. And for example, this one, this they got. This they are comparing with the outer query to get the corresponding joined column. The Cinemost query will help you to get the maximum admission date for the patient ID which is passed from this. So that admission date they are comparing with the outer query and they are getting the response. So I hope it is clear to you because whatever we are getting from these three joins, right? This is basically like this, just to explain you more better. So we are combining three tables and getting the columns accordingly. From that, we are extracting the latest admission date column. So I hope you understood this solution. Let's move on to the next one. So it's saying all the medium difficulty is done. Let's move on to hard difficulty. So in this, we have to show all the patients grouped into weight groups. So show total number of patients in each weight group. Order the list by weight group descending. Okay. So here they are saying what is this weight group is all about. If the weight is between 100 to 109, they're placed in 100. If the weight is between 110 to 119, they're placed in 110. So this is how the grouping is working. So we have to find how many number of patients are present in each of this group and we have to print it. So let's see how to do it. First, let's try to understand how to calculate this weight group. Okay. That's one of the interesting math we have to see. So what we want is if it is 1, 1, 1, or if it is 1, 1, 2 till 119, it should basically go to a group 1, 1, 10. So how to do this? This is the interesting part we have to solve. After that, I think rest of the problem is very simple. So here what we have to do is if this 111, if we divide by 10, what will happen is we'll get 11. So we have got 11. So if I multiply this by 10, right, I'll get 110. So same thing, even if I do 119, if I divide by 10, I'll get 11 only. And if then I'll multiply with this, I'll get 110. So this is how you can get the grouping. Okay, I hope you got it. So you have to divide the weight by 10 and the response what you get, right? That you have to multiply by 10. So that will give you the grouping of the weight. Okay, so I'll start writing the query. So select star. What we have to do is we have to take the weight and divide by 10, and whatever the response we are getting here, that we will multiply with the 10. So we can call it as weight group. This should be the second column. I'll just move it down. So this should be the second column. And the first column is basically count star of these patients. So I have to call it as patients in group. Okay. So how the problem is solved now? What we have to do is we have to take the patients. Okay. So here for every patient, what we do is we do this calculation. Okay. And we have to group by this weight group. Okay, maybe I can explain first and write the code later. So let's say if the person is, I mean, the patient is 1 and weight is 111, and if the patient is 2 and weight is 111 or maybe 1115, patient is 4, maybe the weight is 120, like this way. So now what we have to do is we know how to calculate the group now. For this patient also the group is 110. For this patient also the group is 110, and for this patient is 120. Now we have to do the group by based on this weight group only. I'll combine these two and this. So in that case what will happen is count of my weight group I have to do. So that is basically here 1110 if I pass, right? That will become 2. I don't need to explicitly say weight group here because this is entire row is what we are doing now. So that's why count star will also work. And we have to group by this weight group so that we can get to know what are the how many patients are there in this group. So here in 110 there are 2 patients, in 120 there is 1 patient. I hope it's very clear to you. This is patient IDs, this is weight. We are calculating the group and we are grouping based on the weight group. So what I do next is I'll do group by. So I'll do group by weight group. Okay. And next what I'll do is I'll order by weight group in descending if I want, because that's one of the. So I'll order by weight group in descending because that is one more ask. So if you see here, you have to order the list by weight group in descending order. So I hope you got it. First, we are calculating the weight group here and calculating the count star corresponding to that weight group. So for that, what we do is we group all the weight groups. together. This is to order the response in the descending order. So let me run it. There is an error because I missed a comma again. So you guys should have told me. So yes, this is the solution. We are doing this and we are calculating this. So this is how it is done. You can use floor also, but I think without floor also it is working. Floor will take the response to the bottom and seal will take the response to the top in the range of numbers. So yes, this is how you can calculate the patient group and corresponding weight. See, the solution seems easy now, but when we started, it looked a little bit tricky. So basically, breaking down the problem into smaller chunks and try to solve it, problem statement become easier. This is applicable for any kind of problems. It can be DSA, it can be SQL, it can be system design. So follow that approach so you can crack it. Let's move on to the next question. Next question is we have to show the patient ID, weight, height, and we have to say whether the patient is obese or not. So display obese as 0 or 1. So here obese means based on this calculation. Weight divided by height, if it is greater than 30, then we have to call it as obese. If not, we should say 0. Like 1 for obese, 0 for non-obese. So weight is in kgs, height is in centimeters. So this is the unit. So I hope you understood the problem statement. We have to print the patient ID, weight, height, and is obese. So this obese calculation is given to you here. So I'll give you few seconds. So I'll give you a few seconds, come up with a query and write it in the chat box because you have solved similar problems already. I'm looking for solutions from you. Try to solve it and compare your response with the response which I'm going to write. So let's see how to solve this problem. So we have to show the patient ID, weight, and height, and we have to mention whether they're obese or not. Okay. So to calculate the obese, we have to have this formula that is weight, which will be in kg, and height should be in the meters, and it should be squared or power of 2. We have to do it. So here weight is in kg, we don't need to do anything, but height is in centimeter. We have to convert centimeter to meter. Like if you see height should be in meter, that we have to square it out. So height is in centimeter, we have to convert it to meter because this is the formula. This is expecting it should be in meter. So if you don't know how to convert cm to meter, right? So you can just ask the Google. Here you can see we have to divide the centimeter by 100 because 1 centimeter is 0.01 meter. So this is how you can get the meter. Okay. So let's try to write the query. So let's try to write the query. So what we want is patient ID. This is the first one. And next we want is weight. This is also clear. Third one we want as height. This is also we are aware. Fourth one is what we have to calculate. Here, as I already explained you similar problems in the past, when there is a conditional things we have to do it, we can go with case. We can use case. So here case, here I have to specify the first one. When the weight by height square is greater than or equals 30, that is considered as obese. We have to return 1 there. In other case, we have to return 0. So here weight divided by, what I have to do is first height, I have to convert it into meter. So for that I have to divide by 100 and the response I have to square it off. So there is a function called power. So power help to square this. So whatever the response we got in meter, right, that I'm squaring it or doing a power of 2. So if the weight divided by height square, if it is greater than or equals to 30, then you have to return 1. That means the person is obese. If not, you have to return 0. Okay. So now we have to end this case. So we can say end as We have to call this column as is obese. So from which table we are doing all these things? From patient's table. So patient ID, weight, height, straightforward. For obese, we have to do a calculation from like weight, we have to divide by height square. If it is greater than 20, then we have to return 1, else we have to return 0. So yes, this is the formula. Let's try to run it. So it is saying incorrect solution. Let's see why. Here I made a mistake. It should be 30. So then one small mistake. Actually, I've missed to add the decimal. So that's why it was causing an issue. So I'll just show you what is the issue here. So I'll just do this from patients. So I'm just removing this guy and running. So you can see I'm getting in integer. Okay. But if I add 0, I'll get it in decimal. So this is what is required. So if I don't put 0, right, what is happening is this is converted to integer. So when I do this, right, if you see I'm getting 111, which means like height divided by 100 I'm doing. So I'm converting into integer. So height divided by 100 I'm doing, which is basically I'm converting to integer, but required thing is kind of floating point or double we need. So when I run this, now you can see the difference. So basically, if you miss to add the decimal, it will convert it into integer and you'll lose the precision. So it is basically affecting the overall computation. That was a mistake. I hope you got it. So this is the solution. So you can see even in the recommendation also they are doing 100.0. I hope you got it. So they have explained also if you divide an integer by integer, you will get an int. Dividing int by float, it will return float. So we have to convert it into float, then only this will work. I hope you understood. I tried to explain with an example also. So I'll try to explain with an example here. So here let's take an height and this. Okay. From patients. Let me run this and show you the response. See here what is happening is if you see I'm getting 1.56, 1.85, 1.94 when I add a dot zero. But if I remove this, right, what will happen is int divided by int will get int, not floating. So here ideally 156 should become 1.56 and this 185 should become 1.85. But if I remove this dot from 100 and run, I'll get 1111. So which means I'm losing the precision, I'm losing the data. So it's required to add this decimal to get that, or you have to use some casting to float. So now you can see the correct response. So I was getting wrong result because I had missed the dot. Okay. And if you go here, right, in the response also they are using 100.0. And here also they've explained the same. If you divide an integer by integer, you will get an int. But if you divide an int by float, you will get the float. But here we want float with more accuracy. Otherwise, our overall calculation will fail. This is an interesting and good example. Many a times we do this such kind of mistakes. So even in our day-to-day coding also, this small mistake can cause a lot of issues. It can introduce a lot of production issues. So it's always better to understand what we are writing. So even if you feed this to LLM, right, LLM may not be aware what is the requirement. It can give 100, hide by 100, not 100 at 0 many a times. So even though LLM is there, you should know how to use it. You should know what it is writing. So then only you can get the best out of it. Okay, let's move on to the next question. So the next question is we have to show the patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty. Show only patients who has diagnosis as epilepsy and the doctor's first name is Lisa. So there are two conditions. So we have to show the patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty only if patient has the diagnosis epilepsy and doctor's first name is Lisa. So you have to check the patient's admissions and doctor table. So we have to basically touch three tables and we have to do a join operation to get this response. As I recommend, take a pause, try to code the solution, compare with what I'm writing, so that you can cross-check your knowledge. You already solved so many problems with me, so this should be an easy one. Definitely try to do it. So let's try to solve this. So what you have to do is you have to select patient ID, and you have to select the first name, and you have to select the last name of the patient, and what you want is doctor specialty as well. D dot specialty of the doctor. So if you go and see in this, there is a specialty related column. So now you have to perform the join operation. Patients, that is P, you have to join with admissions. So let's join the patient. You can ask me why? Because we have to find the diagnosis information. Diagnosis information is part of the admissions table. So admissions A, on what column we are joining, that is P dot patient ID with A dot patient ID. So this is how we are joining. And now we have to combine or do a join of doctor table with the diagnosis table. Doctor dot doctor ID equals to A dot uh, attending doctor ID. So this is how we are joining this table. Now comes the interesting filtering part. What should be the filtering criteria here? So we have to find the patient who has epilepsy as their diagnosis. So that is A dot diagnosis is epilepsy. So that is my first criteria. And doctor's first name should be Lisa. And D dot first name should be equals to what? Lisa. So we have to use this. So this is the constraint. So you have to select the patient ID, first name, last name, and specialty. And we are doing simple joins here. And diagnosis, we are having a filter. So diagnosis, we are having a filter. And the first name we are taking from this. So these two are my filtering criterias. Let me run it. So it's working fine. So you can see this is the recommended solution. Also, there are 4 different solutions are there. Let's see. This is first one. Second one is they are suggesting some inner query one. I'm not going to explain this. I would recommend to go and understand what they have written here, and you can comment in the comment section. So this is an exercise for you. So the next one is straightforward. Instead of join, they are using where clause only to connect the tables and for the filtering. This one also I'm not going to touch. I'm expecting you guys to basically go and explore the solution. So I'm showing a solution here. Understand this and comment in the chat section so that I'll verify whether your understanding is correct or not. So just do this without miss so that it will help you to verify what you have learned so far. What is the gap? So let's move on to the next question. So let's say next question, we have to show the patient IDs who have gone through the admissions, can see their medical documents in our portal. Means there are records available with patients and admission table. And those patients, we have to give a temporary password after the first admission. So when they do first admission, we have to give the temporary password. So here we have to show patient ID and temporary password we have to create. So temporary password must be in this order: patient ID and length of the patient's last name and year of the patient's birth date. So there is 3 things. Patient ID, here you can see one is the patient ID and the length of the last name. The 10 is the last name length, and we have to show the year of the patient's birthday, that is 1963. So we have to construct this temporary password. This is an interesting question. So let's see whether you guys can crack it. Take a pause and try to code it. So this problem seems a bit tricky. Is it the case? We have to see. Because we don't need to worry about this, the criteria where temporary password after the first admission. So we should know whether the patient has admission. We don't need to worry whether it's first admission or second admission. So that is a bit of a misguiding requirement. You should have a clarity on that. Okay, that's first thing. Second thing is what we want, patient ID. In this temporary password is a combination of patient ID and the length of the patient's last name and the year of the birth date. This is a concat operation. So this is a concat operation, very straightforward. So what is the criteria then? It's just we have to combine the tables of patient and admissions using join on the patient ID column. That's it. So I'll just show you the query. So basically it is select what we want as a patient ID. So the first thing, and we have to concatenate what? Couple of things we have to concatenate. So first thing is patient ID we need. So I'll use P here for the patient ID because we have to do a join on two tables. So here it is patient ID, the first one. What is the second thing I need? The length of the last name of the patient. There is a function called length. Okay. So I have to pass what? P dot last name. This is also very straightforward. What is the third criteria I need? I need basically year of the patient's birth date. So I'll call year and I have to pass the birth date of a patient. So this will give me the year information. So this will give me year information. Okay. And now I have to write from which table? That is patients. So I can call this as temporary password, temp password. I'll bring it down so that we can see it better. So concatenating the patient ID, last name, and the birth date, like I'm extracting year out of it, creating a temporary password from patients. I just have to do a join operation with this admissions table. So on which column, that is a dot patient ID equals to p dot patient ID. So that's pretty much. So here I'm selecting a patient ID, doing a concatenation to get the temporary password. As I already told, this after the first admission means there should be one entry. You don't need to go in detail of how to find the first admission. You just have to check whether this patient ID is in the admission table is same as whatever is in the patient's table. If so, then don't worry, that's it. So just run it. So when I run this, right, it is saying the response or the solution is incorrect because what is happening is the in admissions table there can be more than one time same patient get admitted. So basically, if you see, I'm seeing same patient ID twice. Even though temporary password is correct, I don't need to display two times. I just have to do only once. So only after the first admission I have to do. Only once is required. I don't need to show the temporary password for every admission. So for that, what I can do is I can have distinct here. So distinct will help me to filter that. So if I run this, now it is matching. So this will help me to get the unique patient IDs in the response. And I am getting the temporary password using this approach, connecting the two tables using join. So I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is for each admission which costs $50 for patients without insurance and $10 for patients with insurance. So all the patients with even patient ID will have an insurance. So give each patient a yes if they have insurance, no if they don't have insurance, add up the transaction total cost for each as insurance group. Okay. So basically, for each admission, it costs 50 for patient without insurance. Okay, if they have insurance, it costs 10. Okay, that's the criteria. So all the patients which they have even number of patient ID, they will have insurance. That is the criteria is given specifically. So what we have to do is we have to have two things: if they have insurance or not, and we have to calculate the corresponding admission cost. So if they have insurance, it will be 10, 10 plus 10 plus 10. If they don't have insurance, it will be 50 plus 50 plus 50. So that we have to calculate and we have to show the response. This is also a straightforward one. Similar things we have already solved. So this yes or no, you know how to do it, right? You can go with case and come up with a solution to calculate this cost after insurance also and write the query, take a pause, compare with my response. So let's try to solve this query problem. So what we have to do is we should have has insurance column where we have to show whether the patient has insurance or not. Second column should talk about the total amount corresponding to the same. So we can have select. So here I should have case. So my first case is when patient ID mod 2, if it is equals to even, that is equals to 0, then I have to return S. Okay. So if it is even, I have to return S, else I have to return what? No. Okay. Here I'll end my case and as I'll call it as has insurance. This is my column. Okay, this is clear. So I need another case for cost after insurance also. Because if you see, if it is even, then we are charging 10. If it is odd, we are charging 50. Okay. So here even means has insurance, odd means no insurance. So what I have to do is I have to take case when patient ID mod 2 is equals to 0, then we have to return what? 10. Because for patient IDs with insurance, they have to pay $10. If they don't, then they have to pay 50. Okay. So I will end this here. So this whole thing, right? I should do summation because for every patient, I have to calculate. If you see here, for every no, I have to calculate the sum. For every yes, I have to calculate the sum. So this whole thing, I'll do sum, whatever the response is coming. So 10, 20, 50, whatever is coming, sorry. So whatever the response is coming for every patient, I'm doing a sum. Okay. And I will call it as cost after insurance, maybe. Cost after insurance. That's the column name. So this is from which table? From admissions table. So they have ordered in the descending order. That also you can do like group by. So this is from admissions. Now what I want is for all the no's, I want the sum. For all the yes, I want the sum. So for that, I have to do group by. Group by has insurance column. So, so this will give me the corresponding the result. So because the sum, whatever we are applying, right, that is based on this group by only. So maybe I'll just try to show you how it looks like. So let's say the patient ID is 1, 2, 3, 4, just for example. So first what will happen is for the first check, if the patient ID mod 2 is equals to 0, no, it is not the case with the first patient. So this guy will become no, and this guy will become yes. So same thing, this guy will become no, and the fourth one will become yes. Okay, now what I have to do? I have to calculate the sum also. So first I'll group all this no's. So and I'll group all this yes. So that is the second thing. After that, I just have to calculate the sum. So for that, I'll add the sum of these. So the sum logic I've written here. If the patient ID is this, do this return. If not, return 50. So here for 1 it is 50. For 3 also it is 50. So we'll sum it up and this result will become 100. Here it will be 10 and here also it will be 10. When we sum it up, it will become 20. So the first one is to calculate the has insurance column. This is to calculate the sum. So to do this, we are doing a group by. We are doing a group by insurance column and we are calculating the sum out of it. So I hope it's clear to you. So this is required inside this as well because you can't use this value here directly because this is also in the calculation mode. I hope it's very clear to you. So let me remove this calculation and run this. So you can see it is working fine. So even the suggested approach is also same as what we have written. So as I already told, first we'll calculate yes or no. After that, we'll do a group by of yes or no and calculate the sum. This is a bit tricky to understand, but what I would recommend is take a pause, go through it. Maybe you can divide this problem into smaller problem statements and try to understand. So it'll help. It is easy to understand. So this guy will give me yes or no. This will help me to calculate the sum. So this aggregation operation is on top of the group by we are doing. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move to the next question. So what we have to do is we have to show the provinces that has more patients identified as male than the female. So there should be more male patients than the female patient, and we should show those province names. So let's see how to do it. So we have to find those provinces that has more male patients than the female patients. So province table will have province ID and province name. Patient ID will have province ID. So we have to connect patients and the province names. So we should do join between these two. That's clear. And next thing is we have to group together based on the province ID or province name, because our main scope is we have to basically get the provinces which has more male patients than the female patients. So we should have some kind of a check where we should count the male patients and the female patients in every province. If the male patient count is greater than female patient, we have to print it. So for that, what we can do is there are multiple ways to solve this problem. One approach is you can say, so let's say I'm taking province name from PR. PR is my province name table. That's the alias for that. And from I'll use patients. So I'll call it as P. Let's join the table, which we have done already many times. So province names PR on which column, that is P dot province name or province ID equals to PR dot province ID. Okay, this is clear. And we have to group by what? So we have to group by province name. So we have to group all the related province together. Okay. Now we have to filter those provinces who has more number of male patients. So one way is we can have a check here. So there is something called count. You can use count. So count star we know, right? It's the same thing. Count of. So we can have a case here. Case you can use in any places. It can be in select from in any places. So I'm using case in the having clause. I'm using case in the having clause. Okay. So here what I write is when p dot gender, if it is equals to m, then return 1 and end here. This is my first case. Okay. And if this is greater, this count, if it is greater than the second one, I'll just copy the same thing with just one change. If it is greater than female. So this guy will, what they do is, first we'll group together by province names. Okay. All the same province names are grouped together. After that, we run this query. We check the gender of a patient in every province. So if it is a male, we make it as 1. If it is a female, we make it as 1 here. And we count the total number of male and female. Next, we are having a greater than symbol. If male is greater than female, then print those province names. So I hope it's very clear to you. Let me run it. It should be PR province name. Let me run it. So it's working fine. So as I said, there are multiple ways to solve it. Even the suggested approach, first one is same as what we have written. We are going with this having clause, and here, as I told, right, here we are counting the number of male and female, and we are comparing. Okay, and we are grouping based on the province name. All the same province names are grouped together. Now, on top of that, we are applying this having clause. This is one way to do it. Second way, you can have a query or in a query. What it does is here you can see they're taking the province name, some of the male, some of the female from the patients, and they're doing a join. And they're grouping by province name. So basically, this will give province name, some of the male and some of the female columns, and we are checking province name. So what we are doing is this will basically create a table, so a derived table. So what it contains is province name and their female count and male count. So this is represents the patient count. So this is what is created here. In the outer query, what we are doing is from this query, we are checking if the n male and n female, if n male is greater than n female, capture those province names. So we'll take every row and we'll run this query on top of this table. So in every row, what if it is greater than the female count, we are printing. If not, we are ignoring that row. So there is another way. So here instead of count, they are using sum. That's the only difference. Sum of gender equals to m, sum of gender equals to f. This is also simpler. And this is another way they are doing. Some case when gender m equals to 1, it's minus 1 and greater than 0. So what they are trying to say is, so here we are doing a sum. If it is male, we are adding 1. If it is female, we are adding minus 1. So what they are saying is if the sum is greater than 0, that means male count is more than the female count. If they are equal, then it will become 0. If they are more, the positive ones are more than the negative ones. So it will be greater than 0. This is another way to do it. So there is another way. They're going with some count star approach. I'm not going to cover all the steps. There is one more way they're implementing. So I would say try to explore all the ways, understand more so that you will have better knowledge about these problem statements and you can write solution for any query. So let's move on to the next question. So the question is, we are looking for specific patient. We have to pull all the columns for the patient who matches the following criteria. So we have to print one patient record on based on these criteria. The first name should contain R after the first two characters. So this you know, right? You can go with like clause to get this positioning. So after first two characters, it should be R and the gender should be F. That's a straight match. They should be born in February, May, or December. So you should extract the month out of the birth date and you can have this check. And their weight should be in this range. This straightforward. Patient ID is an odd number. This is straightforward. And they're from the city Kingston. So this is another filtering criteria we have. This is a very straightforward one. So I'd strongly recommend pause the video, go and try to solve this problem. After that, come back and check the response. So let's try to solve this. So I'll just remove this guy. So what we want to print is all the records of the patient. If you see, right, patient ID to weight, all the records are covered here. Okay, that's the first requirement. And what is the where clause looks like? That is interesting part here. So first I'll make it a select star. Okay, from patients. So these two things are sorted. And from patients. So these two items are done. So third one is where clause. Where clause has multiple conditions. One is first name. First name should contain R after two letters. So what does it mean? So do you know like the difference between percentage and underscore? Percentage can match any number of characters. underscore can match only one character, which means I'll put 1 and 2 underscore here. Third character should be R. Okay. And after that percentage, we are fine with any other character afterwards. This is the first check. Next thing is the gender should be F. That's the next check. So that's also done. And they should be born in February, May, or December. So month is birthday in May, February, and December. So this month, what it does is it will extract the month information from the birth date. So month here, it will be numbers only, not in the string format. So here, February is 2, and May is 5, and December is 12. So we are saying extract the month from the birth date and check whether it is either 2 or 5 or 12. Okay, that's the next check. And what is the next condition? Weight. Weight should be between, so between 60 and 80. So 60 and 80 is inclusive, just for information. And their patient ID is an odd number. Okay. So patient ID is an odd number, which means if I divide it by 2, I should not get 0. Okay, that's done. And city is equals to Kingston. That is the last condition they have. So this is a very straightforward problem statement. I hope you understood. The first name is a straightforward like check. Gender is straightforward. Month maybe some people may find a bit difficult to find, but month is a method you can use. And weight is straightforward. Odd number calculation is straightforward, and city is also straightforward. Let's run it. So did you guys able to figure out the issue? It's a very simple typo. Here I should have used underscore, but I used hyphen. That was a mistake. I got the answer. So these silly mistakes we do often. So that's why I'm not even editing this so that you will also get to know that these mistakes should be avoided in your day-to-day coding. So this is the way you can get it. Underscore will match one character. Percentage can match any number of characters. So month will help to extract the month information from birth date. Weight is between 60 and 80. These are all straightforward checks. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's go to next question. So the question is we have to show the percentage of patients that have male as a gender and round the answer to the nearest 100 number in the percentage format. So we have to show the percentage of patients that have M as their gender, that is male as the gender, and round the answer to the nearest 100 in the percentage form. So we have to find the percentage of patients that have male. So take your time, think through it, like how to solve this problem. And if you get some thoughts, share it in the chat, write a query. We'll see whether your answer and the desired answer is matching or not. Try to solve this problem. There are multiple ways we can solve this problem. I'll go with one approach and after that we'll discuss the other approaches also. So basically here we have to show the percentage of patients that have gender as M. Okay, and we have to do the rounding to the nearest 100. Okay, what we want. Let's start with a case. Case is what? When gender equals to M, what we have to do is we have to count that. So how many such genders are there? Maybe I can give you a better example. So let's say this patient 1, M is the gender, and patient 2, maybe so F is the gender. Patient 3, again M is the gender. Maybe patient 4, let's say again M is the gender. So now we have to find the percentage of the patients that have M as a gender. So it's like out of 4 patients, 3 patients are male. Like here, first one, second one, third one. So 3 patients. So total patients are 4 because there is one female patient here. So out of 4, there are 3 patients are male patients. So which is nothing but 75% of the people. So why I'm explaining this is the logic we have to use to calculate the percentage. So let me try to write the code for the same. Um, so first thing what we have to do is if the case, I'll write the remaining logic after that. If the case is equals to like if the case when gender is equals to m, right? So what we have to do is we have to return 1.2. I'm going with float mainly because to basically basically have all the precision. That is the main reason. So if it is not, if it is a female, then I'll return 0. Okay, and this is the end of my case condition. Okay, so this will give me the total count. This will give me basically when there is a gender m, I'm returning 1. But I need total count of it. So I'll use sum. Sum or count you can use, both will work fine. So this sum what will does is it will basically count all the genders who are male because it is returning 1.0. We're summing up, we're getting the response. Okay. Now, what is the next step we have to do? So the next step is we have to first find the percentage. So we got the total count of male here. Now we need the percentage. So one way is you can go with count star. So count star of all the rows will give the total count as I already showed. So 4 is my total count. Among that, 3 are male patients. So that's what I'm doing here. Count star will give me the total count of all the rows, and this logic will give me all the male patients. Okay. So I hope it is clear so far. I'm breaking the problem into smaller chunks so that you can understand better. That's the main idea. Next thing is we have to do the rounding logic, rounding to the nearest 100. Okay, so we have to do the rounding to the nearest 100 means two decimal we have to support some and we have to do two. So this will give me the nearest 100 response. Okay, I'll maybe show you the response once I write the complete query also. So with this, I'm able to get, for example, 54.48, but I need percentage to be attached. So I'll go with a concat operation there. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll concat the whole response of this rounding with percentage. So percentage is what I'm doing. So I hope you got it. So this will basically attach the response with the percentage. Okay. And this whole thing, right? Whatever the concat we are doing, we have to give some name to this column. The name is percentage percentage of male patients. That's it. So this is my column name. So select. This is the column name, percentage of male patients from patients table. I hope you got it, how we have got it, how we have got the solution. I'll just run and explain more. So your output is not matching is what they're saying. So we are getting 0.54 mainly because we have calculated the sum here and we have divided by count star. So what this does is this will basically do this, that is 3 by 4, which is nothing but 0.75 only. So what we want is we have to move it to nearest 100. So for that, what is the best way is, so this is where you will calculate the sum. Okay, and here I'll just multiply with 100. So if I multiply this with 100, what will happen is I'll get 75, and I'm appending percentage to it. It will become 75 percentage. So let's see whether it will work or not. So it's working fine. So previously the problem was, so we are not able to convert it to nearest 100 number. That's why we are not getting the exact percentage. So there are multiple ways we can solve, as I told. So here one way is they're doing a concat round, and they're doing count star, where there is a patient is equals to m, and they're dividing by the count star as float. So, and they're multiplying with 100. It's same as what you have written, just a bit of ordering difference. And this is another logic where they are having a rounding logic, and concatenation they are doing with this or condition. Third one is, so this is another variant of the solution. So here they are basically rounding to 4 decimal, so which may not be required. So 2 decimal is enough. So this is another variant of the solution. They are summing, they're rounding, and even they are having this division logic as well with the count star, like the way we have done. So this is another way to do it, and they are using concatenation to concatenate percentage with the response. I hope you got it. This is another way to get the same query response. So this is another way to write the same query. I hope you got it. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, for each day, display the total amount of admissions on that day and display the amount changed from previous date. So for each day, what we have to do is we have to print the total amount of admissions, basically total number of admissions on that day. That's bit straightforward. We just have to basically, based on the admission date, we can group it, and we have to count the total number of admissions happened on that day, and we have to display the amount changed from the previous date. So here if you see on 6/6 it was 17, but 7th it is 9, that is minus 8 happened. So this is same, so that is 0. So 9 to 18, 9 additional happened. 12 to 22, sorry, 18 to 12 minus 6, there is a decrease in the patient count. So like this way we have to basically do it. So admission date and total count on every day, and third column talks about the count difference between the days. So let's see how to do it. This one is a bit tricky, but these two we have already solved. It's very straightforward. So let's see how to write this. Okay, this is one of the tricky question only. So main thing is we have to find the difference in the admission compared to the previous day. So this column is interesting. These two are pretty straightforward. So basically select admission date. That's the first column. Straightforward. Second one, admission count for every day. So that is nothing but count of admission date we can have explicitly, or it is const star also we can use as total admission per day. So this is also taken care. Third column is an interesting one as we discussed. So in order to calculate the difference between today and previous day, right? One thing we should know is what is the today's count. That is same as above. We want to know the previous day count. So there is a function called lag. Lag will help to get the immediate previous record. So we have to specify on what basis it has to fetch. Like what is the previous record it has to look up to. So first is like we'll go with admission date. Okay, this is the value of the record we are looking from the previous record. And so we have to say lag over what? Lag over, we have to say order by admission date. Okay. So basically what we are doing here is this is count of the current row. So this will give the count of the previous row. Lag will give the, if you want, you can just search also lag. So lag is a function which is a powerful window function that allows you to access the data from the previous row. Okay. So lag is used to access the data from the previous row. So here you can see revenue data, and we have to specify the ordering also. Otherwise, it can't give a better result. So here what we have to say is what the order I'm talking about is. So here we should order by the admission date. So you got it right. So basically, in the response, the admission date should be in the ascending order. Like for example, this is October and this is November. Yeah, this is December. It should be in this order. Okay. So then let's say you are at this row and maybe the count is 5 and here the count is 4 and here the count is 1. Okay. So what we do is lag will help to get the previous row on basis what? So on basis of the admission date which is in the ascending order. So if this is given, then it will go and look up to the previous row. So if you are at 5, the previous row is 4. So you'll get this row's information and you will take a difference. 5 minus 4, that is 1 here. So 1 is positive. When you come to this row, same thing. 1 you will take and go to the previous row and get this value. This is basically total count of patients. So this will give the total count of patients. So now when you are at this row, what we do is we'll take difference between 1 and 5. That is nothing but minus 4. That's it. So that's what we are doing. Lag is help to get the previous row information and we have to specify on based on what. So here admission date is in the ascending order. So use that details to fetch the previous row details is what we are trying to say here. Okay, I hope it's very clear to you. So we got the basically second and third rows also. From which table we have to mention? From admissions table. Okay, this is clear. Next is to get the count for every admission date, we should have group by. So group by what? Group by admission date. So all the same admission dates are grouped together and we do the count. And so on the ordering front, right? I think we can see this is ordered in the ascending order. So order by admission date. That's it. So first we are getting the admission date, second we are getting the count of admission, third we are taking the current admission count, and this lag will give me the previous row's admission count and will take a difference. So it's working perfectly fine. I hope you got it. So if you need more information, I'd strongly recommend go and explore lag, how it works and what is over, why order by is required. Because this order by will help to basically identify the previous row. If there is no order, right, you can't say which is previous row. So here, that's why we're specifying this is my ordering, and you have to go one level above, which is less than the count, or less than the date, or less than the some condition. So then it will easily go to the previous row and get the details. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is we have to sort the province names in ascending order in such a way that province Ontario is always on the top. So we have to sort the province name in ascending order. Okay. And this province name Ontario should always be on top. This is one of the useful use case also. Even if you're seeing some of the travel portals, right? If you're searching for some property, that will come at the top and rest of the result will come at the bottom. I'm just giving an analogy. So even though others are ordered in some basis, this the default one will come up. So here we have to show Ontario at the top and rest of the province in the ascending order. So let's see how to do it. So this problem seems like a bit tricky. So let's see, is it the case or is there any way we can do it in an easy way? So what we want is we want to basically print the province name. So that is the column name we are interested from province names table, and So our order by is interesting part here. So if it is Ontario, it should come at the top. So rest of the names should be in the ascending order. Okay, only Ontario should come at the top in any case. So in that case, what we have to do is order by. So there is a way, province name, you can specify it as Ontario. Okay, here you can say descending for this. So what this does is this will always come at the top. Okay, this is the first criteria for order by. Once this is done, for rest of the rows, what we do is province name. That's it. So this is ascending order. This is descending order. As you know, in order by we can have multiple conditions. First, order by this. If there is a match, so if there is a match, go to the next item and use that for the sorting. So similarly, we are doing here. So province name Ontario, if it is coming, then we'll ascend. We'll do a descending order. Means that will only come first. So the rest of the things will followed by that. So because here we are not saying province name descending, we are saying province name Ontario descending. This is the only option available in this pool. So that should come at the top. Rest of the things will follow ascending order. So I've just run this. It's working perfectly fine. There are multiple ways we can do it, as I already told. So this is one of the way. Another way you can see here in order by, what they've done is they've taken a case. If it is province name is Ontario, then return 0, else it is 1. So if it is 1, it will be picked up first. And after that, rest of the province names are sorted in ascending order. Okay. So the next one is, so order by, if it is not Ontario, then go with province name based one. If it is Ontario, print the province name at the top. So this is another way. I'm not going to go in depth on it. So this is a homework for you to explore how this is working. And the next one is here it's same as what we have written. So if it is a province name is Ontario, we're doing descending. If otherwise, we'll do ascending. The fourth case is also same. You see what we are returning is, if your province name is Ontario, we're returning 1. Otherwise, we're returning the province name itself. So in order by, the first condition is this. If it is 1, then that will come at the top. Rest of the things will be in the ascending order. For more details, what I would say is go and check out these queries specifically, understand more about it so that you can answer any query. I'm not going to go in depth on it. So similar questions we already discussed. Let's move on to the next question. So the question is, we need to break down for the total amount of admissions each doctor has started each year. So we have to need a breakdown for the total amount of admissions each doctor has started each year, and show the doctor ID, doctor full name, specialty, year, total admissions for that year. So doctor ID, doctor name, specialty. For this year, what is the total number of admissions? So for every year, for every doctor, we have to count what is the total number of admissions they have. That's the expectation here. I hope the problem is clear to you. This is a very straightforward one. I think you guys can do it. So you have to use admissions and doctor table. So take some time, think about it, try to come with the solution and compare the solution I'm writing. So I hope you guys have got the solution, or you might have thought through how it can be approached also. Let's try to write the code. So basically what we want to print the doctor ID. So that's the first column. And we need a full name of the doctor. We'll use concatenation, and we can say it as doctor first name, and delimiter is space and the last name. So we will call it as doctor name. That's my second column. Third one is specialty. So D dot specialty here. And fourth one is we want year. Okay. So year is another thing we want, because year we have to extract from the admission date. So because for every year, for every doctor, we had to find the count. We have to extract the year. That's one of the requirement. A dot admission date. So we can call it as selected year. Okay. Next, we are interested in the total number of admissions. So basically, it's count of A dot admission date. We don't need to mention explicitly, but I'm writing it here. So this we can call it as total admissions. So far, I think it's clear. So doctor ID we are taking, that's first attribute. Doctor name, it's a concatenation of first name and last name. Specialty, it's a straightforward one. And year we are extracting from the admission date, and we are taking the total number of admissions from this. So to make this working, first is we have to connect the two tables, that is admissions and doctor. So that is doctors uh, as D, okay, and we have to do join with what? We have to join with admissions table, admissions as A, okay. On what column we have to join it? So D dot doctor ID if is equals to A dot attending doctor ID. So this is my joining condition. Next thing what we want is we have to do a group by because we want to know the count here, right? So we should go for group by. Group by what? As we know, we have to cover all the non-aggregated things. So this is one thing. Doctor name is also there. That's a second attribute. And third one is specialty. This is also non-aggregated. Fourth one is admission year also, or the selected year also we want. So with this, what we are doing is for that year, okay, what is the doctor ID and what is its name, what is specialty from the admissions table we are getting, okay, and we do a count of admission date. So once we group all the uh, records which belongs to same doctor, then we are doing a count and getting the total admission. That we do for every doctor and every year. So just for your information, it's like doctor ID is one and name is, for example, ABC. Specialty is also XYZ. Okay, just for explanation. Year is we got as 2018 for this guy. Okay, extracted. So doctor ID is one, and the name is same anyways. Specialty will also same anyway. So here the year is 2019. Okay, I'm just taking this whole thing. So there can be 2020 also. So like this way, we'll create the rows. Now what we are doing is we are grouping based on the doctor ID and doctor name, specialty, and selected year. Just to make explanation easier, I'll make it as 2019. So now what we want is for this 2018, right? What is the number of admissions they have got for this doctor? Maybe here I'll make it as MNO. Here I'll say KLO. So now for 2018, ABC doctor got for 2018, ABC doctor got one admission. So ABC doctor for 2019 got one admission. So same thing here. I'm doing doctor ID, doctor name, specialty, and selected year. So this is how we are grouping. So basically, for every year, all the related admissions are kind of collated. For every year, doctor ID, doctor name, specialty is grouped, and we are doing a count operation on top of it to get the total number of admissions. Okay, so that's another thing. And the last one is we have to basically store the result. So we have to show the result in doctor ID in ascending order. That's what I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And second one is even the admission year also I'm seeing in that order only. So that's nothing but selected here. So let's run it. So issue is a simple order by is missed. Let's run it. So this is working fine. You can see we are getting all the required doctor ID, doctor name, specialty, and whatever we are looking for. So group by plays an important role here. So we are grouping based on these things. When the year changes, all these things are again grouped for that year. Okay. And the year information is extracted here. Total admissions we are getting here. So I hope you got it. So with this, we have already completed all the questions, easy, medium, hard questions from this pool as well. So we have covered Hospital DB and Northwind DB. So guys, with this, we have completed 75 plus questions. We tried to cover easy, medium, hard level difficulty. So if you solve all these questions, I am very confident you can crack any interviews. If you have any questions in this series, you can feel free to ask me in the chat. I'll definitely help you with the answers. I hope you like this series. So practice more and more. Thank you so much for watching this video and watch our other videos as well, wherein I've already covered more interview preparation materials. Thank you.